talking about overnight. We've done a lot of research, and I've driven a hydrogen car in the UK, and there's so much going on there, and they are going to be fighting for the overall win of this race. That is going to give the hydrogen lobby a fantastic, boost. And only this week, the UK government announced that between 20 and 35% of the total energy of the country will be hydrogen by 2050. So hydrogen is on its way.
Excellent. That's really good news for the future. Le Mans spearheading that. Just had a tweet from Northwest AMR. We can confirm that Marcos is out of the car. He's been taken to the medical centre for all the necessary checks. The most important thing to the whole Northwest Aston Martin family is Marcos is okay. We'll provide more updates once we have them. Good to hear. After what looked like a frightening accident, but he's okay. That's great news, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a huge impact for him, so he would have definitely been winded. Yeah, but just goes to show the safety of the modern racing car, you know, to be able to walk away from a crash near on 200 miles an hour goes to show how strong Aston build their race cars. So credit to them, and credit to the marshals for helping. And Gomez out of the car, and then hopefully we see them back at a wet race fairly soon.
Some terrific battles going on. Martin Jarvis is watching along on Twitter. He says, my Oliver Jarvis, aged 4, is watching television trying to find his favourite racing driver. Well, I can tell you, Martin, doing an absolutely fantastic job there. How about that? Martin Jarvis, who's got a son called Oliver Jarvis. That can't be made up. That's got to happen. Unfortunately, the Rizzi Competizione car is down in 23rd after its incident earlier on, but hopefully they will be getting up the field fairly rapidly.
I think they're quite a lengthy stop, didn't they? I saw them in the garage for quite a while.
Yes, indeed.
Talking of names, I have a grandson called Jensen. And I wonder where that name came from.
Do you know what? There are so many Jensens in karting. It's unreal. I'm not kidding. There's about 27,000 of them. I mean, but there was a period of history where that's happened a lot. You've got a lot of racing drivers in the mid-2000s called Damon.
Yeah.
A lot of kids in kart racing that came through called Damon all of a sudden. It's wonderful that the petrol heads of the future have got such original and interesting and imaginative names for their children. Oh dear, there's the speed difference. 336 kilometres for the Toyota, 323 for the United Autosports in LMP2. And here's the difference. In GTE, it's actually faster from the GTE AM car of TF Sport Aston Ross Gunn than it is the AF Corse Ferrari of Alessandro Piguidi. Very telling. So an absolutely fascinating battle brewing as we approach the 5th hour. And this race has still got so much more to come. It's not going to be long before we tag team our colleagues, Mark Cole and David Brabham, into the box. And us young whippersnappers are going to get a breather. What a fantastic race this is turning into, though. It's excitement per minute at the moment. It's up the inside. This is going to be an interesting charge forward from the Panis racing car, lapping the Richard Mille machine and the Ferrari in one go. Maybe not. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'd back off the challenge just in the nick of time, and he did. But that's why he's trying to push it, because the G-Drive and the Racing Team Nederland car are right on his tail.
Yeah, how you judge the traffic makes a huge difference to how this race is won and lost, really. So, you know, if you've got the car ahead of you and you're chasing, he's siding through the traffic first, you can maybe take a few more risks and try and catch him out through it.
So James Allen, the young Australian, leading this charge in 3rd position at the moment in the Panis racing machine. Franco Colapinto in the G-Drive P4. Joe Van Uytert in the Racing Team Nederland car P5. Very close indeed between these three, and this is for 3rd position, obviously, in the LMP2 category. We're on board with Joe Van Uytert. They don't actually have that much distance back to the Team WRT car of Yifi either. He's only 4 seconds back, I think. There is a little bit more of a gap back to that. I do apologise. I was looking at... Romeo, big mistake. Big lock-up from Franco Colapinto, and that's going to cost him the place as Joe van Uytert gets through. That was a good save, though, from Franco Colapinto. That could have been a bury in the gravel.
You know, he did that thing where it almost feels wrong, but you lock a wheel, and the best thing to do is actually come off the brake, because it unlocks the wheel again, which feels a bit backwards when you're trying to do it. And he had the quick judgment to be able to release the brake, let the front wheel start spinning again back. If he'd stayed on the brake, he would have skated straight on into the gravel there. So obviously a small mistake, but I think he managed to limit the damage there, only losing probably 6-7 lengths to the Racing Team Netherlands car, but obviously lost the position. So yeah.
This is a replay of how that happened. End of the straight. Whoops. He was so lucky not to cannon into the back of James Allen in the 65. That was a few inches more, and that would have clouted the back of that car. Let's watch again from Joe van Uytert.
Is it a rear lock-up first, maybe? Looks like it could have been.
Yeah, I think you might be right there.
Just outbraked himself slightly, locked the rears, then locked the front, but did well to gather that up.
Well, I noticed that Brabs has made his way into the commentary box. I know the Australian fan base and the legends of Le Mans that are watching along are going to be very interested to hear Brabs' take on things over the next couple of hours. Mark Cole should be with us again as well.
I'm here, Jake. Thank you, Jake and Charlie. Good job. And we've been keeping our head down, flying Aston Martins.
Terrific. You're really going to enjoy this next phase of the race. There are some great battles brewing.
Yeah, well, it's going to take us into dark as well, which is just as exciting as you say, but we've been watching this thrilling battle. Also the AM battle with the Cetilar Championship leader. I mean, that's been great. And they've been touching a couple of times, haven't they?
Yes, indeed. Well, we're going to leave you guys to it. It's going to be the three of you. Hopefully it's going to be an epic couple of hours.
And so, Jake, we will see you again at, well, I'll see you in a
2 hours time.
9 o'clock, yeah.
That's
and Charlie, both of you, and we'll have an hour together. Good.
Terrific.
All right, guys, thank you. So back to Le Mans, and just coming up to 8 o'clock at night in Le Mans. It'll be 7 o'clock in Britain. And what a race we've had so far. Perhaps one of the most exciting opening hours for Le Mans for some years, and that certainly set the scene, as a couple of our tweeters quite cleverly said. You know, the story of this race is going to be those who are caught up in those opening things having to battle their way back. There's the current standings then. Toyota just 8 seconds apart. Sebastian Buemi having dragged that car back up the order, and on board now is Brendan Hartley. Alpine in third, and in LMP2 it's Tom Blomqvist, Wayne Boyd, James Allen. Whole story going through. And a lot of damage to some of those LMP2 cars, but nothing out yet. Corvette and Ferrari still been slugging it out, with the Porsche GT of Kevin Estre tagging on behind in that WeatherTech car. And the top of the AM table at the moment, AF Course from TF Sport, Kessel Racing, and championship leader Cetilar Racing. So according to our screens, we still have 60 cars running, 59 now after Marco Gomez's big accident. As soon as I've come back on, we're going to take a break. When you come back, Brabs and Chris Parsons will be with me.
This program is brought to you by Goodyear, racing-inspired tires.
Some seconds are worth more than others. For instance, take this seat, take this wheel, take this start. Don't take your eye off the curve. Who knows what lies ahead? Take this way in and this way out. Take every opening, every chance. Overtake this one, these two. Take pleasure in the thrill. Take a second. Relax. There are 86,400 for the taking.
Change is all around us, shaped by technology and human ingenuity. we can make it work for you and your business.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Why do I use Alpecin caffeine shampoo? Because it works for me.
Because it works for me.
Because it works for me.
Why do I use Alpecin caffeine shampoo? Because it works for me.
Alpecin caffeine shampoo. Fight for your hair.
Win Set for Life from the National Lottery and smash every month. Play on app, online and in-store and win £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life from the National Lottery.
Live the rush of the 24 hours of Le Mans with Total Energies.
Well, welcome back to Le Mans. We're just coming up to 8 o'clock in the evening here in France, 7 o'clock in Britain. I'm Mark Cole, with me David Brabham and Chris Parsons, taking you through the next couple of hours as we start to head towards dusk. Not darkness yet, but dusk. And David Brabham, darkness, always an interesting time at Le Mans.
I used to love it. When that sun started to go down, you know you're heading into the next phase of the race, and you get this kind of tunnel vision effect when it gets dark and you've just got the lights in front of you. And there is something quite magical about racing at Le Mans at night. You know, when the big crowds were there, you'd have the fires, you'd have the smoke going across from people camping and
smell of beer.
Yeah, well, I don't quite smell of beer, but maybe the bacon sandwich. But yeah, it is truly magical at night with the lights and everything.
You talk about the tunnel effect you get from the lights. Does that help you concentrate more?
Well, I think it does for sure. And of course, you can actually go quite quick at night when you get into a rhythm. But if you're not quite in that rhythm, you actually can drop quite a lot of pace as well. So the guys with experience and the confidence with the car underneath them is clearly going to maximise the situation. But anyone with a little lack of confidence out there, they instead of losing half a second, they may lose a second or a second and a half.
Right. Well, we're in the Jumbo Racing garage at the moment. Fritz van Eerde's team, run by his Jumbo Supermarkets organisation, seems to be concerned in the pits. I don't know if they had a puncture earlier, but they're looking at the tyres and a little bit of concern. Obviously our cameraman's picked that up. Anything you saw, Chris, that we should know about?
No, I was like you, Mark. I could see that they weren't a happy bunch. Yes, I don't know what that could be. As you say, a puncture. Don't know.
Yeah, that's racing team for Holland, of course, and racing team Netherlands, car 29, which at the moment is
actually they've lost quite a lot of ground.
Yeah.
So
well, Fritz van Eerde is now on board that car. He hasn't been long since he took over. Just wondering if he's going slow somewhere and the cameras haven't picked it up yet. Here's Euro Interpol, Renger van der Zande up against Charles Mallacy. Two very, very quick drivers. Charles Mallacy, of course, making his name with WRT. Renger van der Zande in the Polish Inter-Europol team. It's been a very, very successful team this year. Their second year, the only team racing, and it's been 1934 was the last time we saw a Polish entry, which is why, of course, this car carries the number 34.
Well picked up, Mark.
Yeah, good bit of information there.
Well, there we are. That is, who's waiting to take that over then? That looked, I think that was probably the team owner, Jakub Szymkowski. He is the Polish baker. He's one of the world's biggest suppliers of bread to the airline and cruise industries. Obviously good enough, Chris, that pays for the racing. More rain.
More rain.
Funnily enough, we did see that car using its wiper, so...
Right. So all those who tweeted in saying that at least there'll be no more rain tonight at Le Mans. Might have to untweet.
Difficult to say. I mean, what is the report down there, do you know?
Not yet. I'm just looking at the humidity, 83%. Wind has actually dropped a bit. Looking into the WRT garage then. As we said, that car here for the first time they've been in the championship. That was Robin Freins, Ferdinand Habsburg and Charles Mallacy at the wheel at the moment. There he is in that red and white car, chasing down Renger van der Zande. And right behind them, the 91 Porsche, one that hasn't had the troubles today, hasn't had the troubles all week, in fact. They've all been on the shoulders of Kevin Estre. But that was an interesting little jink to the right there.
Yes, had a quick go at it.
They're just desperate to hang on to that toe at the moment. And Brabs, Mallacy just didn't seem to be able to make any headway, does he, on this?
No, kind of a little bit stuck there at the moment. Hopefully a little bit of traffic coming up and a little bit of drizzle might help.
Yeah, it depends how much that drizzle is. Just a few spots won't hurt, but
no.
Been a very weird weather in France, as it has, of course, everywhere recently. But
I've had a look at the weather forecast. It looks all right, but there's a slight cloud overnight. So,
so Tom Blomqvist then bringing in the lead LMP2 car, the Jota. Tom, son of Stig, of course. Brought up in Cambridge.
The original Stig.
Yeah. We always call him Stiglet.
There we go. We've got a bit of a run now.
Yeah. So James Allen will take over there. Tom Blomqvist, sorry. No, he's got a run, as you say, Brabs.
Yeah, it's just whether or not it's enough. I mean, they are so like neck and neck. It's whether how brave they're going to be around the outside.
And on the brakes.
Braver, yeah.
Wow.
That was a good move.
Yeah. He just managed to get the car back into the right part of the first Indianapolis turn-in, so he didn't go off on the second, didn't he?
Yeah, which is it's so easy to do. Just overcook it through that right.
So Andre Negrão, Brazilian driver from Sao Paulo, bringing in the Alpine. I don't know if Mathieu Xavier has been out in it yet or not, but
no signs of a driver change.
No, he's staying on board. Obviously quite happy with what Andre's doing. Been with the team for 2 years through LMP2 and now into hypercar, grandfathered chassis, that ultra reliable Gibson engine, bigger than and more powerful than the LMP2 ones. But the pride of France resting on this car. It's just fuel, tyres, quick white, no tyres, yeah, no driver change.
Someone taking a trip across the grass.
Yeah, well, the concrete at Porsche curves.
Yeah, there is grass.
Yeah, they had to put the concrete in there to stop walls going into the concrete wall. Sorry, the cars going into the concrete wall. So you remember we had some fairly big accidents, especially for Corvette a couple of years ago.
Well, that was Jan Max.
Jan Max. Yeah, he tangled with a backmarker Porsche.
Remember an Audi having a big accident.
Romain Dumas.
Yeah.
Right, in comes the Glickenhausen 709. This is coming out of...
Looks like now this does look like a driver change.
Yep.
P14 overall.
Romain Dumas out. So while you're doing the driver change, you obviously do tyres as well, because you've got the time to do it. It's Ryan Briscoe getting in. Well, having said that, they don't look in a hurry to do the tyres. Got to wait till refueling's finished, and then they decide whether they'll bring out more rubber.
Sitting there.
It's there, yeah. No, they are going for it then. Yeah. As we said, it makes no sense. You're going to lose time anyway with the driver change, so do the tyres at the same time. Give the driver a set of fresh tyres, Brabs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, fresh tyres, you're going to go out there and do a double stint or triple stint. I mean, are they double stinting or triple stinting?
Double at the moment, but they may triple stint
Maybe
overnight.
a bit later, yeah.
As put on the harder tyres. Probably a little bit later than this, I would think.
Yeah. So Ryan Briscoe going back out in 15th place. That's just gone 16th because Gabriel Aubrey has just gone past him.
Interesting looking at the rear wing with the fins at the top, on the top.
Yeah, it's a bit different.
It is different.
Yeah, those strakes on the top.
Yeah.
Well, of course, perhaps when Peugeot come back, they're going to have car, they claim, without a rear wing. I mean, that's your old fun.
Yeah, I can imagine what that'd be like, but I'm sure it'll be all right.
Now, it's quite interesting because the hypercar rules say you can only have one adjustable aerodynamic device. So Glickenhaus apparently have gone for the front, and Peugeot have gone for underneath.
Right. It's given them some latitude, yeah, to do that. Excellent. But I mean, they're very bullish about, we don't need a rear wing, but you know, Ford said the same thing with the GT40. We'll never need any rear wings or tabs or air dams. That didn't last long.
Well, I guess the proof in the pudding will be when the drivers get in there and they go through the fast corner for the first time. That's when we'll know whether or not we need a rear wing.
Yeah. Let's hope there's a lot of runoff.
Right. Great low-level shot of the crews doing their job.
It's one of the Project One of the Project One cars.
Yeah, I think this is the Timo Bernhardt's eponymous team. 88 car at the moment. That's Dom Bastian then going out, oldest man in the race, 75 years old, from America. Wow. And Dom was here last year, of course, but decided after the test date not to make the start. But here he is this year. Actually lives in West Palm Beach, although he's born in France and he took on American citizenship. And, so that car going back out. We're calling it Project One, of course. It's Dempsey Proton, we beg its pardon.
Sorry.
Pat Dempsey, Michael and Christian Reed's team. And he's, of course, that's the car that Julian Andlauer put on the Pro-Am pole, Lance Arnold being the other driver. Someone's had a big lock up there. This is difficult now, isn't it, David, as they go down the back stretch towards Indianapolis, the sun right in your eyes as it drops down.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the challenges at this time of night is what the sun's doing, because, you know, when you, depending on where the sun is, obviously it's normally race in June. You know, we're now August and we're actually seeing probably the sun at a slightly different place to perhaps when I was used to. But yeah, when that sun goes down and the screen is kind of a little bit petted with bugs and things, that actually makes it quite difficult to see where you're going.
Yeah. So, slick stop there for the number 8 Toyota. That car just coming in for a quick splash and dash. Brendan Hartley was already on board, stays on board, no tyres. Had got to with them in 8 seconds, hadn't he, of the lead car.
But it was, of course, it was a pit stop behind.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, one thing we should point out to our viewers is the hypercar. That car has to do the pit lane under its own electric power.
Yep.
It's front-wheel drive.
Yep, as the LMP1 car, hypercars did, yeah. So, hybrids, I should say, yeah. It's a shame
that doesn't fail.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's made it difficult for everyone, calling them hybrids becoming hypercars, because they sound the same. They're very confusing. You could have come up with a different enough name.
With the LMDH, which we will be talking about later, there is some debate as to what the H means, because the H can either be said to be hypercar or hybrid.
Yeah.
And the Americans, I believe, the IMSO, it's their regulations, say that it's hybrid, but the ACO like to call it hypercar.
Imagine the two groups trying to decide what name they're going to call things. It must be a bit of a nightmare.
But it's brilliant that yesterday they signed a new 10-year accord, so that you've got the two types of sports car racing, the world sports car racing and the American sports car racing, falling into line with each other, so the manufacturers can flood in.
Well, it gives consistency, and I think that's part of the problem years ago, was people didn't really know what the future looked like. There's some of these conversations were going on, 15 years ago, but just couldn't kind of happen, and now they are together. I think for the manufacturers, gives them confidence to invest in programs into the future.
Absolutely, and on both sides of the world.
Totally.
This program is brought to you by Goodyear, racing-inspired tires.
Change is all around us, shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
Vinted is a second-hand app where you can sell what you don't wear anymore.
Hey, it's my turn. And you can make some extra cash. You can do it with men's clothes too. Vinted is perfect for giving a second life to all those things you don't need. It's easy to list your items.
And you don't pay any seller fees.
Sell in just a few steps. Snap, upload, and set your price. Over 1 million members are already using Vinted, so you've got a better chance of selling faster. Download the Vinted app today. Don't wear it?
Sell it.
Antoine Dorlot. Bonjour, neighbor. Bon appétit.
Oh, that's a big one.
Here we are. Oh la la. Oh, this guy's got everything better than me.
Not his bills. We could have the cheapest in the neighborhood.
What can I say? Expensive taste. Oh, we know. Very expensive. Here, cut your money with the Neighborhood Bills Calculator.
At Harry's, we try to do things a little differently. Like giving you a great shave for a fair price. For just $3.95, you'll receive a 5-blade razor with lubricating strip and precision trimmer, along with alloy-enriched shave gel and a travel blade cover. Everything you need for a smooth and comfortable shave, with a full refund if you're not completely satisfied. Get started with a $3.95 trial set at harrys.com.
There's something electric in the air. The winds of change are blowing through, and a new path lies open ahead. It's all about having the power, technology, and style to breeze through and live those perfect moments in the beautiful storm called life. All new Nissan Qashqai, electrified with mild hybrid power.
Last days last by the grace of the fire and the flames. You're the face of the future, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh. But they never did ever live, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited, till it broke up when it rained down.
Live the rush of the 24 hours of Le Mans with Total Energies.
This is Le Mans. You're on Eurosport with Mark Cole, David Bradman and Chris Parsons as we go into dusk. So welcome if you're just joining us, Eurosport viewers in the UK, internationally, in Asia, Australasia, of course in Australia. having a good sleep at the moment, but also, of course, Motor Trend across North America, and the Californians particularly will be now looking at us, probably just getting their brunches ready, and I'm sure the Twitter feeds will be pouring in fairly soon.
Well, Mark, I can tell you one person who's watching us in California and listening to us is our old friend Kerry Morse, because he's been texting me and I asked him how he was, and he said he was great because he was at Monterey last week judging a Porsche 917 competition.
Excellent.
And there's a picture of him. He sent me a picture of himself with the car that Pedro Rodriguez won the BOAC 1000 race.
The wet one.
Brands Hatch, the wet one.
Absolutely brilliant.
When Pedro was a naughty boy and Nick Sarra dragged him into the pits, gave him a talking to. He lost a couple of laps and he won the race by 5 laps. I was a marshal at that race.
Right. Well, great you're listening to us, Kerry. Good evening, or good morning to you, rather. Evening here. And Kerry was a great help to me when I did my McLaren F1 GTR book last year. And I'm forever grateful for him. Another man I'm very grateful to as well is my good friend Roy Smith, who is the expert on all things Alpine. He's done a couple of books on the Alpines, and he's emailed me to tell me he's enjoying the coverage very much, and of course he's rooting for Alpine. And what a great weekend for them. As you know, they had the Formula One car driven by Fernando Alonso here this morning, putting in the first lap of the full Circuit de la Sarthe, not to be confused with the Bugatti circuit on which a certain Jack Brabham won, the one and only French Grand Prix that was held here. But also Esteban Ocon driving several of the brand's race cars, A470, A10 GT4, the Rally and everything in front of the crowd. And then we had that great interview with him. And Brabs, just to hear Esteban Ocon, he overawed obviously by what was happening at Le Mans. And what's the chances he'll be here driving himself for Alpine?
Well, I would pretty much bet that after being here for the race, going away, it will whet his appetite. There's no doubt about it.
And of course, the thought, presumably, is that for the centenary race in 2023, both Peugeot and Renault would love to have a presence on that race, because it's going to have, the ACO announced yesterday, they're going to have a huge celebration. They're going to have celebrations at Laguna Seca in California, Monterey, at the Goodwood events.
That's with the Le Mans winning cars,
Paris.
isn't it? They're taking a whole bunch of cars on tour.
Yes, on tour. And there's going to be a film, and there's going to be all sorts of celebrations. They're really going to have a big thing. So I think both Peugeot and Renault would love to have a presence here.
What's the betting that Pat Dempsey and Michael Fassbender will be involved some way in that? It's going to be a big production. Incidentally, yesterday the ASO at their press conference also announced the 6-round World Championship calendar for next year. Disappointing, only 6 races. We've been more used to 8 or 10, but that is the current times. The good news, though, is that Sebring is going back on the calendar. It'll also be the official prologue in March, then go to Spa, Le Mans, Monza, Fuji and Bahrain. And of course that is COVID permitting, so it'll be interesting to watch that one. We've lost Fuji this year, which is a huge shame, because Chris and I have been there many years. Brabs knows it well from his Super GT racing days. A great loss for the World Endurance Championship. We're going to Bahrain instead, but I'm sure it will come back. So the United team and the Toyota team fighting it out. 23 and 28 on your screens. Paul de Resta watching on.
And Kobayashi has just set a blue sector, his fastest sector, so that's
sector 1.
Yeah.
Right, so he's got the firework lit up under him, and But this we're watching at the moment, Wayne Boyd, he is our LMP2 leader. He's got Stoffel van Dorn sitting on his door handles. And Chris, you had a chat with Stoffel yesterday, I know, a teleconference with him about the hydrogen car. We'll be talking about that later, but Stoffel obviously delighted to be here. His Formula One career rather stalled, but he's going to make his name for himself here, isn't he?
Yes, and as we've said, there's so many drivers here today hoping to get into the new era of sports car racing, starting at the moment with the Toyota and the Glickenhaus hypercars. But the number of manufacturers, I know we keep on talking about this, the number of manufacturers queuing up to get into this branch of the sport is tremendous, and they're all going to need drivers, and they're going to be competing in both the World Endurance Championship and the IMSA Championship in America. So they're going to have teams on both sides of the Atlantic. And we've just got a purple sector as well from Kobayashi.
All right. Good man. Well, the track's coming to them now. It gets slightly cooler, David, doesn't it? And
yeah, and the rubber going down too.
Yeah, more rubber.
Starting to get more rubber, more grip. People are in tune. Getting cooler. Aero increases slightly, and yeah, it's a really good time.
So Wayne Boyd still holding off Stoffel van Dorn. Wayne Boyd, 30 years old, from County Antrim, and of course 21 ALMS champion, had 3 wins at United. And Wayne doing a great job there, backing up Alex Lynn and Paul Di Resta, who we just saw in the garage. But huge pressure from Stoffel in that Toyota car.
But it's interesting how United have come through. They've been fairly quiet this week, all week. And at the beginning, if you'd have said that 2 hours ago, they looked as if they were way down, and they're coming through. They're a very strong team.
Yeah, I've seen them grow since 2012 when I raced for them in McLaren in GT3 to where they are today. They just got bigger, expanded more successful. You know, when you watch how they've managed this race and where they are now, you know that's a really good team.
Yeah.
Well, Wayne is just starting to put a little bit of distance now over the Belgian driver. So
I think I read that they've got 12 trucks at this event.
United,
because they've got 3 cars in the 24 hours, and they had cars in the Road to Le Mans race. I think I saw 120 people. I mean, it's a massive operation.
It's a massive operation compared to where it was, like I said, back in 2012,
big
when they
operation.
moved into their new facility. And yeah, I mean, you know, Richard Dean has obviously been the main one there, and he's done a fantastic job with Zach Brown to grow that organisation to where it is today. And I'm sure they probably one day would like to pick up a works contract with one of the manufacturers.
Well, Zach Brown, could it be McLaren?
Oh, don't want to say too much there, do we?
No.
And of course, the big connection is that Toyota is run by David Clark and Sam Hignett, and David Clark was the sales manager for McLaren for about 20 years when they started doing the road cars. And so again, there's big McLaren connections running through it all.
I did my deal with David Clark to race in the All Japan GT Championship.
Ah, yeah. Yes, he's got some great historic cars. Now, Stoffel's closed that gap up a little bit again as they power down into Mulsanne corner, just having gone over the hump. Heavy braking into this so slow corner by comparison. Used to be a huge sandbank on the outside there, which drivers would always putting their cars into. Spend the next 2 hours trying to dig them out.
Yeah, and on the inside of the corner just there used to be the signalling pits, and used to have a second a second crew down there telling the driver, giving the drivers the information. That was before the Porsche curves and the Ford chicane, because of course then the drivers were going so fast past the pits they couldn't read the signalling boards. So they had a separate set of signalling pits.
And of course, and if you're watching Clive Watts, Danny Watts' father, Clive was one of the signallers for Jaguar in 1988 when TWR Silk Cut Jaguar won. And although Clive didn't race himself, his son Danny went on to win at Le Mans, you remember, for Straka. Those are the days, weren't they?
Yeah. Talking of other people watching us, Mark, I understand that David and Felixa Arrigo are watching us.
Right.
David has a fabulous, in Malta that is, and David has a fabulous collection of cars, and one of them is one of the Marcoses that, it's an exact replica that was built at the same time of the Marcos that raced at the Mini Marcos.
The Mini Marcos,
that raced at Le Mans, and he's hoping to get into the Le Mans Classic next year.
We'll crew for him, Chris, won't we?
Yeah, absolutely, love to.
Right, so through the Ford chicane. This chicane, as Chris said, was put into slow cars going past the pits, and as the name suggests, it was paid for by a grateful Ford at the end of 1966, after they finally managed to win the race, beating Ferrari, finishing 1-2-3, and Ford gave what at that time was a huge sum, £10,000, to build that chicane. And they tried it first of all at the test weekend. It was too tight, drivers complained about it, so it was eased a little bit, but since that time there have been no accidents, of course, involving the pits, and one harks back to the 1955 disaster. But it's extraordinary to think until almost the end of the 60s, the pits were still exposed to the track, as they were at most circuits. So
yes, when I first came to the race, they just used to come straight down from La Maison Blanche and past the pits at enormous speed. And of course, as you know, Mark, John Wolfe had a very big accident in a Porsche 917 coming down there.
Yeah.
And the Bentley accidents in the 1920s were on that stretch of the circuit.
Yeah, well, John Wolfe's accident, of course, should never have happened, because Porsche had announced the 917. They ran 2 factory cars and 1 customer car, which they gave to John Wolfe. John being a British clubman who was famous for having a Chevron with a Repco Brabham engine. There we are, Brabs, another nod. And he was married to one of the Burton family. John, though, wouldn't be told by anyone what to do. He was going to do the race with Digby Martland. Martland tried the car, as we just see. Oh, bit of a moment there, right in front of the Toyota. Sorry, the Glickenhaus. Sorry, and Digby Martland refused to drive the car, said it was too dangerous, so a Porsche engineer was going to drive it. That's what happened. Wow. Oh, that's done some damage, I think, underneath. Yeah, which car was that? I couldn't catch the number. Hey, just to finish the story, Wolfe decided he was going to do it, went out, ran across the track, jumped in, no seat belts, while Jackie Eakes was walking across to make his protest. And when Wolfe crashed at White House, he was thrown out, the car broke in half, he was thrown out and killed. And the burning fuel tank from the car went underneath Chris Amon's factory Ferrari and ended his race as well. So, unbelievably, I had been with John Wolfe a few months earlier. I was on Autosport magazine at the time, and he gave me some laps around Silverstone in the passenger seat in his Chevron Repco Brabham. So that struck home very, very strongly to me as well.
I was at that race, and the 917s were very unstable, and Rolf Stommelen was sent out by the factory. The ACO wouldn't let them change the wing.
No.
And Rolf Stommelen was sent out by the factory to show how unstable the car was, and did such a job that they allowed them to change the car.
So night time is slowly falling here at Le Mans. Remember, in August, not in June, as David Brabham reminded us a little while ago. It's a slightly different process. The sun going down in a slightly different place takes a little bit less time than it does in June. But even so, when it's out, presenting quite a driver hazard, it seems to have sunk now. And great shots from the Goodyear blimp as we look down on the Dunlop, and then they're going there around through what we call La Chapelle, through Scotch Corner, Roman Rusinov then, who is not Russian this weekend. He's racing under the Russian Athletic Federation flag because of the drug-taking ban on Russian athletes in all sports by the World Anti-Doping Association. So he and a number of other would-be Russian drivers are not driving under that blue, white and red flag, nor is the G-Drive car we're looking at now. That's his car, just going through the picture. So there's always ways of getting around these things. One of 3 Aston Martins left in the race then, the TF Sport car. Just and this battle now between Stoffel van Dorn and Franco Colapinto. For G-Drive, Colapinto is a newcomer on the scene. He's a rookie here at Le Mans, but what a good job he's doing. He has managed to latch himself onto the back of Van Dorn. Boyd has got away a little bit now. And this is the battle for second place in LMP2. We're going to take a short break. Plenty more action to go. Make sure you stay with us here live on Eurosport.
This program is brought to you by Goodyear, racing-inspired tires.
When I was young, I wanted to go to space.
Sí, sí, todo bien, pero luego te cuento, ¿vale? Que estoy liada. Venga, hasta luego.
As I got older, my dream inspired the choices I made in my life. But the further I got, the more I started to feel that something was missing. Then I went with some friends and family to Motherland. The excitement was amazing. It became clear to me that what I was missing was there. Now that I'm inside, I have a new dream. At Motherland, I feel part of an incredible community at the heart of the automotive future. Now I know that I don't need to have my head in the stars when I can be part of a team right here with my feet firmly on the ground.
Sometimes you just had to be there. Thanks to Kate's comprehensive car insurance, we were.
Hello, Aviva.
Oh, hi. Getting you safely home after an accident. It takes Aviva. Get a quote today.
Dandruff says don't. Don't wear black. Don't get close. Don't stand out. Don't be yourself. There are no more don'ts with Head & Shoulders. Get up to 72 hours dandruff protection. Head & Shoulders, rule your head.
At Harry's, we try to do things a little differently. Like giving you a great shave for a fair price. For just $3.95, you'll receive a 5-blade razor with lubricating strip and precision trimmer, along with aloe-enriched shave gel and a travel blade cover. Everything you need for a smooth and comfortable shave with a full refund if you're not completely satisfied. Get started with a $3.95 trial set at harrys.com.
We are back, folks. We can see people again. Can you believe it? That makes me
Welcome to Lidl, especially our new shoppers from Sainsbury's. Because we're always Lidl on price, you can grab the family must-haves, save on summer favourites, and fill up on big brands, all without emptying your pockets. Switch from Sainsbury's to Lidl and save over £30 on this like-for-like big shop. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price.
Live the rush of the 24 hours of Le Mans with Total Energies.
The magic hour at Le Mans as we head into darkness. This is where track conditions, light conditions, and of course air temperatures start to change the most dramatically. We're still in August, so it won't be quite as brutal as it was in September last year, when for only the second time in its history the race was held in September. This is only the first time, of course, it's ever been held in August.
Yeah. Well, we should say that in fact it is much darker than it appears on our cameras. Our cameras are lightening things up.
Yep.
It is actually much darker than this.
So, David, you've mentioned before about the magic of driving at night, and this is probably the moment where you really start to feel the change, is it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, you know, you can tell by how much your lights actually work. It's when, you know, when there's a bit more sun, you don't really notice the lights in front of you, but you know, when the lights get more and more brighter, you get that sense of you going into the night. Like I said, it really does kind of tune you into having such a focus, a tunnel effect, and you lose quite a lot of that, you know, that vision on bits like you do in the dry. But like I said, it is a magical time, and if you're confident at night, you can really accelerate and pull some gaps on some people.
There's almost always someone who really puts in an incredible three session stint, and they really pull their car up, don't they? One person really gets it done.
Yeah, it all comes together. You know, the confidence is high. You know the track at night. The car balance is nice and predictable, and you get into that rhythm. And when you've got that as a driver, I mean, there's no better place to be on the planet right there.
Right, Andre Negrão is being warned. He has to repair the rear lights at the next pit stop. That's the Alpine. So they've obviously got some problem. If we're due a pit stop, I don't know how old the message is. We've also got gravel on the track at MP35. I guess that was from that earlier incident when we saw that LMP2 car spinning over the curbs. But I don't know how old those messages are, but the Alpine certainly has got to maybe change the rear deck when it comes in. We'll have to see.
Well, all the lights need to work, don't they? So
yep.
Any light not working, they've got to fix.
Now, perhaps just one thing we can talk about, prototypes and GTs. You're driving a GT car. How do you know there's a prototype coming up behind you?
Well, it's a lot harder at night because sometimes what they do with the lights on the track, they have them pointing the kind of as well is actually quite an art.
I don't know when they did it, but the GTs used to have yellow headlights.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
Which made it very easy to see what was coming up behind you.
Yeah, the reason they stopped that was that GT drivers are complaining they got less lighting using yellow lights. You remember in the old days, all French road cars had yellow lights, and but that happened. But of course, the other thing, David, is that the teams are always talking to their drivers, just warning them who's around them, aren't they?
Well,
some are, some aren't.
Tom said
that was a bit offhand.
Well, it's true. I mean, you know, some people like it, some people don't as drivers. You know, now you've got the you know, in the sort of daylight, it's a lot better than night. You've got the cameras that look out the back and you can see the cars coming. You know, when I was racing in GT1 with Aston Martin, we didn't have any of that, and we had prototypes coming up behind us, but we also had to get past the slower GT cars at the same time, and that was probably the most challenging category to race at Le Mans and get the traffic right between what's coming behind you and what you have to get in front.
Yeah, it's absolutely right, because speeds at Le Mans have always been a different thing, but you do need the cars to be doing different speeds, because Tom was saying the other night, our late colleague Tom, that the cars now are too close, and therefore they're going virtually the same speeds. We've seen LMP2s virtually the same speed, certainly as
rain expected. Heavy or not? Light, level 1 to 2, level 1 to 2. 5, nevertheless.
Rain?
I didn't hear that. I thought I thought it's time to use level 1, which is one of their settings. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it was a bit confusing, wasn't it? It's a 92 car. We just saw Neil Jani taking over that car. Did Michael Christensen take it over from Neil Jani? It's not showing on the timing yet. That is the better of the two Porsches at the moment. The 91 car still a little bit back down the order after having had, again, all the problems this weekend.
I haven't seen much of the GT battle on.
Well, I bet it's still going on.
Yeah. That was the 56 car then. Ricardo Pera just coming in, handing over. And that car, the GT Am car. On Team Project 1, this is the car called Elsa, which is named after the film Frozen, of course.
Well, in the GT cars that you brought up, David, we've got the two Ferraris about 6 seconds apart, and then we've got an LMP2 in the middle of them, and then we've got Neil Jani and Fred Makoichi in the two Porsches. So the Porsches, who started off very they didn't show very much. They're coming through.
Yeah. You're right. Gradually working through. Yeah. Nick Katzberg right on the tail of Fred Makovici as well.
Yeah.
In the Corvette, as we're looking at the.
Yeah. Then we got the two Corvettes. So unfortunately, the two private Porsches are falling away.
Yeah. It's Phil Hansen here in the number 22 United car. This car currently 6th in class when he came in for the stop. We'll see how where he rejoins from that. As over the line comes our GT Pro leader. That's the 51 car of Combe Ledogar. Sam Bird is in the other car, which is 5.6 seconds behind. Here we are. Just going through the picture there after that LMP2 car. So AFC Ferrari Corsa cars up to the 4 at the moment. This is not what Porsche planned.
No, and as I said earlier, Ferrari were given, they got pinged on the balance of performance. Earlier in the week, so they've really come through.
Yeah, well, of course, they made a lot of hay while the rain was falling, didn't they, in that first half hour of the race. Ferrari has kept out of trouble while Porsche was in all sorts of trouble.
You can see the lights on the Ferrari there. They're starting to become much more noticeable. So obviously the TV always shows it a little bit lighter than what it actually is, but it definitely shows you where we are with the nighttime.
Right, Neil Jani then, who's in 3rd place in GT Pro. Sam Bird ahead of him. Sam, of course, who's been concentrating on Formula Electric this year, having had a career with Ferrari as a factory driver. Invited back to replace Davide Rigon. Davide was damaged his back in that multiple accident at the Spa 24 Hours 2 weeks ago, the one that involved Kevin Estre and particularly Jack Aitken. And Jack Aitken still recovering from some quite serious injuries in the multiple crash there at Raidillon. Well, this is the car that Michael Christensen has just vacated, and we're going to go down to the pits and talk to him. I'm not sure who's waiting to talk to him, but we're about to find out.
I'm with Michael Christensen just off the number 92 Porsche. It's been a tough week for you guys, and now you're coming back to in the field, to the front of the field. Can you talk us through a little bit that work you've been doing through the week?
The team has been doing an incredible job so far. Not just preparing the car well, coming here, but also, cars handling so well. Kevin had a little accident in hyperpole, going for a really good lap, but that's what happens. But in the end of the day, we had to change the chassis, and the team had to work overnight to prepare our car for the race today. And we have a great car to race, so I'm really grateful for what they've done for us.
What about the handling of the car right now in dark conditions, in dry conditions, and in cooler conditions, I would say?
Yeah. I think that we struggled a little bit with some instability in the high-speed corners, especially when the heat was on, and also probably a little bit of a green track after the rain. Now the rear settles down a little more, and we seem to be able to push a little harder into the fast corners.
We know Porsches used to be fast at night. Do you bet on that as well?
We hope so. At the moment, it seems to be going in the right direction in terms of the balance, so we are crossing our fingers.
We keep fingers crossed. Thank you.
It was interesting listening to him talk about the balance of the car. Obviously, the rear's a little bit twitchy earlier in the race, which obviously going to kill the driver's confidence through the Porsche curves.
Yes.
And that speed is picking up, mainly because the rear is settling and the drivers have more confidence to push.
Yeah. And, of course, with the rain this morning, a lot of the rubber on the circuit will have got washed away.
Not going to help the Porsche by the sound of that. But you can see it that the track is rubbering up and the balance is starting to improve.
So in comes, which of the Ferraris is that? Sam Bird. Stops on point. I think Sam will stay in the car. He's only done one shift. That car currently, as we said, flying second in GT Pro to the sister car of Combe-Ledegaard.
And Combe-Ledegaard's done one pit stop less, so they must be due for a stop any time.
Yeah, it may have been something to do with tyres. Did Sam not have a puncture earlier, if I recall? But anyway, he goes back out. I'm absolutely delighted to be back at Le Mans. I first met Sam in the European Formula 3 Championship. We're going back to the early 2000s, and his mother Diana was very good about promoting Sam. We did a few programs about him when we were on site for the DTM, and we were covering a DTM and European Formula 3 for Eurosport Live, and that's how we brought Sam to the attention of people back here, and his career has just taken off since then. I think, perhaps you mentioned earlier that the massive salaries that Formula Electric drivers get, only second to Formula 1.
Yeah, no, they're making a killing down there in Formula E. It is, for a driver who's not in Formula 1, who wants a high-profile sort of championship as well as earning good money, that's a really good place to be. I mean, as you were talking about Sam was part of the MSA Young Driver Development Program, which I ran for 6 years for Team UK. So to see someone like Sam, and there's loads of others, James Collado, Alexander Sims, a lot of the guys who've come up through the ranks, it's great to see how well they're all doing.
Yes, yeah.
I'll take the credit for that.
Is that why all the manufacturers are pulling out of Formula E?
Well, because of the drivers' salaries. Well, it starts to get a little bit crazy. And we've seen this in sports car racing over the years. You know, the money spent by manufacturers, you end up going through this cycle where they go, well, that's enough.
Yeah. Well, that's why we've got the changes in sports car racing starting now, with the hypercars are a fraction of the cost of the LMP1s that we've seen over the past 10, 15 years. And of course the LMDH, the American version, is going to be even cheaper. And that really is going to bring the cost of prototype racing right down.
It does need to be.
Yeah.
To make it sustainable.
This program is brought to you by Goodyear, racing-inspired tires.
Change is all around us, shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
Our world is changing. New challenges and opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. The FIA is committed to having a positive impact on society on all our lives through health and safety, environment, diversity and inclusion, and community development. Make the same commitment. We are all purpose-driven.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
New Vodafone Evo gives you flexible phone contract lengths from 12 to 36 months, so you can get the phone you want at the price you choose.
Hurry up, Dad!
Gotta be perfect. First date and all.
She'll be here any minute. Just be yourself, Dad.
Get flexible phone contract lengths from 12 to 36 months. Search Vodafone Evo.
Scott, it's not what it looks like.
You were gonna eat him without me, weren't you?
Now the biting makes sense.
Psst, Scott's home early.
Non mi fermare!
Metti qualcosa dentro? Grazie. Bloccalo! Prendi la tira però. Dai, a dopo.
From the home of life's simple pleasures.
Birra Moretti, l'italiana autentica.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
You're back under yellows. We have a car in the wall. This is the 24 car.
It's the PR1 Matheson.
Yeah, Pat Kelly on board that car. That's the American entry, of course, that's being run over here by Panis Racing, Simon Abadi. Patrick Kelly then, 52 years old, from Santa Monica in California. He made his money from running the Call of Duty games franchise.
And of course, a lot of the cars from America and from Japan and Far East are being run by European teams because the normal team can't get here.
Yeah.
Because of COVID restrictions.
Yeah, certainly the case with this car, the PR1 Motorsports entry. They won LMP2 at Sebring this year, so the team is a good team, very, very strong, and they've been winning since.
But it didn't look as if he'd actually hit anything marked, so presumably they'll be able to get it out fairly easily.
So just running through the...
It's at Arnage. It's just on the outside at Arnage.
Trying to think, okay, where is that? It's obviously not a piece of real estate that I remember.
You didn't visit it.
No, I didn't visit it.
So just coming up to 1900 hours here. Well, it's more than that, isn't it? 2100 hours. Yeah, 2000 hours in Britain, just gone past that. Luckily, only one safety car so far, quite a number of slow zones. We've had a couple of full course yellows. The car seems to be beached rather than and Habsburg on board.
Here we go.
Right, is that
Sam overshot there? Looks
that's
quite slippery down there.
Yeah. Neil Jani will be whinging about this again.
Yeah, that's not going to make him happy, is it?
It's a couple of times that Sam's done that. Wait till we hear the radio.
Cheer. The lap times are off compared to where they are in the dry, so obviously the track is still a bit slick.
So we're waiting to be joined by Jake and Charlie, David. I don't know if they
have literally just
walked into the booth. Good. Well, thank you very much for being with us for the last how many hours is it?
2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours. And we'll see you again at have an hour off, and we'll have you for another couple of hours.
Yep.
Before you get some shut eye.
Thank you.
We'll leave you that shot of James Collado waiting to take the car from Sam Bird, who still leads a very unhappy Neil Jani. Yellow flags again. That's at Marshall's Post 11, which is the first chicane.
Honestly, you go away for 2 hours and all 4 brakes loose.
Well, look at this. This is all your fault, Jake. Welcome back, Jake. Welcome back, Charlie Robertson. So Robert Lacourt then throwing the 47 car into the gravel. But it has been one extraordinary evening, hasn't it? As when that rain shower came and caught out a lot of the LMP2s, terminal damage to the Richard Mille car, which Sophia Florsch, an unwitting passenger, as she got hit by 2 cars in 2 separate accidents in the same place.
Devastating for the crew.
Yeah.
And you have to say, without wanting to give an opinion and be on, be off the fence for anything like that, Sophia Florsch's accidents, neither of which were her fault.
No, and she was as shocked as we were when she got hit the second time.
Yeah, I mean, bless her. She's obviously been involved in the Macau Grand Prix accident.
Yeah.
And then to have 2 big shunts in the space of 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It really does rain. It doesn't just rain, it pours on her.
Well, there's the overall positions at the moment. And Jake, just get yourself prepared, because in a few minutes we are going to do an update, look back at what has happened so far. And I think you're just the man to do that, because you have your finger on the pulse of Le Mans, don't you?
Why, thanks. Just drop me all the pressure on it. No.
You can see his face now.
Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, so the Goodyear blimp is still flying at night, as you can see. And thanks to Goodyear, thanks to Tom for showing us around it earlier. And, of course, Leslie, she was on board as well. On board, talking of which, Nick Katzberg, still here in GT Pro, still hunting down that Porsche ahead of him, and Neil Jani is being warned by the team that the Corvette is closing on him. Neil likewise moaning about Sam Bird ahead of him, who has been using a lot more of the track than he thought was fair to be used, but we'll see how that one pans out. At the moment the positions are Com Ledegar, Sam Bird, Nicky Katzberg. In fact, Katzberg, guys, has gone past Neil Jani as I said that, and look at that view.
Yeah, that's the Circuit Alain Prost that's been lit up there. That's going to be used for the FIA Karting World Championship next season, 2022.
Oh, it's not a golf course?
No, not at all. No, that's a very professional racetrack. I'm sure have you raced on that one, Charlie?
I have raced on that in a hire cart, Jake.
On a hire cart?
Yeah. It was,
fantastic.
I ended up in a puddle thanks to Mike Simpson. So.
Oh, it's Mike Simpson's fault.
Yeah. So I learned the hard way that day.
There you go, Mike. The story comes out. The truth has been revealed.
I mean, it looked for all the world like a crazy golf course from that height, doesn't it?
Oh,
but,
no,
I know we have fabulous facilities here, as you say. There is a golf course, of course. That's down at on the inside of Mulsanne Corner, and there is a golf match which is played every year between the suits of the ACO and invited guests.
That's absolutely correct. Yeah, but that circuit that's off to the side there, we've seen some incredible battles play out in the FIA karting, in the Miami International Finals over the years. Some of the drivers that are on this grid have come through on that particular kart circuit next to the Circuit de la Sarthe.
And look at this. This is, as we call it, the magic of Le Mans. This is what it's all about. These fantastic shots we're bringing you of everything that's happening here throughout the night, and just amazing. As one car goes in, another one goes out. We've got everything going on around us, and just to top it all, We are now going to have a look back at what has been happening in the first 8 hours.
Yeah, we're having some rest here with Tom Christensen, and it's nice because it's a chaos out there, and it's been crazy for the last 30 minutes, right?
Absolutely. Hell has really, in a way, broken loose. The rain came exactly when it got darker, and you have seen drivers who was in the car for the first time really being hit by unluck, some being a bit over-aggressive, some have been maybe too much adrenaline. And at least there has been a lot of things going on, and also some people who doesn't have any fault at all has been hit. We saw a few things going on, and it's particularly that the rain is coming down, and they just see a little bit on the windscreen, a little bit of drops. But as you are traveling so fast, they dry out very soon. So that little bit of just a slight rain is very tough to get to. And some teams have not been warned by the teams. Some drivers have not been warned that it's maybe coming a little bit of rain. And then they come into these braking zones and they are passengers. They really have to keep an eye on that. And that has really caught somebody out.
Yeah, the key is to stay on track and be careful. Right?
Go as fast as possible and be careful, be good. But to keep the also tire temperatures, we saw early Anthony Davidson really got caught out. Exactly that he got in the car with new fresh tires and starting his first time lap. He arrived on a place of track which was damp and he was caught out. A very routinier, a very great driver can be caught out as well as some of the rookies that has been. So very tough condition. Communication is key with a team, and you can never tell enough. It's very important that you give the right communication at the right places on the track. So when the engineer talks to the drivers, it's important that it doesn't happen when you are cornering, but directly after when you are going out of a corner accelerating, short codes of communication, and then feedback from the driver, and then always be a little bit on the correct side of the limit, and that's not over it.
Yeah, can we go back to what happened to Sophia Flörsch, because there were lots of confusion out there.
Sophia Flörsch was very unfortunate. There was a little bit of rain starting. They were approaching a yellow flag. And of course, Colapinto lost the car in confusion and skid across the track and hit immediately car one, Richard Mille car from Sophia Flörsch. She was innocent, but she had
she couldn't do anything. You know?
No, she had given space for Colapinto, who was coming to approach with a lap lead. And very big hit into the Armco, and immediately you saw the blue light coming on. That's a medical light, and that means the car is normally out. But poor Sophia was trying to do everything, but the car was knocked out in terms of electronics, so she was talking on the mobile phone, which is an extra device back to the team to get the inertia. But in the end of the day, she couldn't restart, she couldn't get the car back to the pits, as she was asked by the medical team to go out of the car. So the most frustrating moment you can have in a racing car, to be innocent, hit very hard, to take it to the medical center, and the car is out. Devastating.
Yeah. What about the two United Autosports cars? What happened between them? It was crazy.
It's right up here. You have the background. You are going up to turn one, up to the Dunlop corner. And just when you see the cars in the background here, leave that part. You are going into a heavy braking zone. You're just reaching 290, just you're coming up here. And when you get into that braking zone, too late, and there's a little bit of water, you go straight. And we saw Maldonado miss the braking point completely, skidding over the gravel trap, and then unbelievable, hitting the sister car of Paul Di Resta as he was doing the cornering and being totally innocent hit. So a double whammy for United Autosport. Also
for the second time we had safety car in this race. these are a strategic moment, really, during a 24 hours race.
Yes, they are cruel. You have always to be close to the leader if you're not the leader, because you might get the wrong safety car and you lose out on your strategy, and you lose a lot of seconds in that sense. So the strategy game is really playing on, and as you say, you cannot, with safety car, you cannot predict when it's happening, so you always have to be in contention. And again, that strategy, that's playing all night. There's a lot, as I said, adrenaline on the field this year.
It's going to be a long, long night for all the drivers, and we'll be back with you with some more actions.
Well, we just lost the LMP2 leader, didn't we? Just a spin there from Fabio Scherer, and now Canal and Delatraz have both managed to get through there. So even the leaders in the class are not avoiding the problems. Julian Canal is now leading the race then in LMP2 for the Panis Racing team. WRT, Louis Delatraz up to second. Fabio Scherer's got the United Autosports back on the track and is now down to third. I tell you what, United Autosports are having a nightmare tonight, Charlie.
Yeah, just the luck is not in at the moment, is it? I think it looks as the track's just drying out, just dropped a wheel on the exit of the chicane, and it is really easy to loop it on throttle there, and lucky to keep it out the wall, and only 2 places lost, so yeah, it could have been a lot worse, and compared to the other cars, I mean, they've been more in the wars, so I think he'll probably feel like he got off lightly there.
We also, Mark, saw the AF Corse Ferrari spinning, Alessia Rivera at the wheel, but somehow that car is in the lead now.
Yep, yeah, they seem to had a charmed life at Memcombe Ledegar. Sam Bird has been very much off the track, and I'm amazed he hasn't had any call yet to, you know, being given warnings as we look at replays of
Scherer again, I think.
Yeah, you're right, Charlie. That is Scherer again.
Yeah. But the extraordinary thing was, and Brabs noticed this, was that there's 8 cars involved in that rain shower that went off were all LMP2 cars. So,
ooh, now that's, if you are the marketing manager at Goodyear, that's a scary moment.
But let's just thank Tom Christensen and Leslie Boitel for that insight into what went on there. Tom is very good at explaining that, and our thoughts go out to Sophia Florsch. She was the innocent victim of that. She had to go to the medical centre, and indeed we just see that Franco Colapinto has been called into the steward's room, so I think he's going to have to answer why he hit her car when there were double waved yellows on the track at that point. So yeah, we're not going to prejudge it, but that's the message that's come up. He has been called in.
It's quite difficult circumstances to get into an incident like that, but yeah, when the yellow flags are out at that point, you should not be going wheel to wheel and squeezing a driver.
Yeah, there's not really an excuse for it. I think it's tough to argue in that position. You know, he'll go in to see Eduardo Freitas probably in the next 20 minutes, and you'd want to be a fly on the wall in that conversation.
I would, actually, yeah.
But and that picture of Sophia being hit the second time, that's going to stick in everyone's memory for a while, I think. So that's the ladies' team in P2 out, but there's still the Iron Lynx ladies, who are running currently in 8th place in GT-AM in that Iron Lynx Ferrari. Rahel Frey on board that car at the moment. So all is not lost for the women's lib movement.
Well, absolutely. I mean, those two crews have some very talented drivers on board. I mean, even in the Iron Lynx car in the GT-AM, you know, you've got Rahel Frey, you've got Michelle Gatting, and you've got Sarah Bovey. You know, those 3 are not slouchy drivers at all. They are very, very talented competitors. I've been commentating on them in various different degrees of GT racing, from Ferrari Challenge through to, you know, European Le Mans and World Endurance Championship. They are incredibly talented competitors.
So good to see Julian Canal then still out front for Panis. He'd been out for about 2 hours out front now. He did lose it for a few minutes during the pit stop cycle, but he and Louis Delatraz have been slugging this out for a long, long time now. And we can't say enough about Panis Racing, of course. They won that first ELMS race at Monza 2 weeks ago, and then here they are leading at Le Mans. I mean, Olivier Panis and Sarah and Simon Abadi, who run the team, what was previously Tech 1. They must be so delighted at the moment. Will Stevens has done a great job for the team, the British driver, as so has James Allen, the Australian from Perth.
Yeah, and both of those have proved themselves in LMP2 over the last few seasons, haven't they? So I think it's a strong lineup, and I think Panis will just know that they've actually seemed to be one of the only teams that haven't really been in any trouble in that car in any ways. I think it's going to be a war of attrition, isn't it? If you can stay out of the firing line in this race, come tomorrow morning, you're going to be in the right place.
Well, this is the fight for the lead. This is the WRT car of Louis Delatraz, whose father was actually racing in the Road to Le Mans race a little while ago, before this all kicked off. And then the guy behind is Canal in the Panis racing machine. And this is a proper epic-looking battle that's starting to brew here for the LMP2 lead, and they've got to watch out because behind them you've got Ferdinand Habsburg, who is not far away down the road. I mean, that's only, what, 5 seconds adrift? And Fabio Schere's car, which has now picked up the pace again, is in 4th position. So, yet again, no matter what befalls the cars in that group, that gaggle of competitors, the United Autosports cars always seem to find a way back to the top 5. I mean, Scherer is still there in 4th place. It's WRT 1 and 3 at the moment, and you've got the 65 car of Canal for Panis Racing trying to go for the lead. That is the Racing Team Nederland car, which has slipped back now, and they are down in, what position are they in the class now, the Racing Team Nederland? They're in 10th now, just behind Montoya in the Dragon Speed. Here's the Glickenhaus. Yeah,
and apparently he's building a space vehicle, so maybe that shot of the moon, then back to Glickenhaus, has a connection. It's a harvest moon, of course.
It is a harvest moon, yep. No,
and of course he's got a hybrid which harvests power, so...
Indeed, yeah, no, spot on, well observed.
Let's not follow that thread.
It's definitely getting late, isn't it?
Yeah, overall it's Lopez from Hartley, from Vazabia. That's our top 3 in hypercar. It's Toyota, and it's the glory of France, Le Bleu, with the Alpine. And everyone really here willing that car on to do well against the more powerful hybrids. In LMP2, as we just mentioned, it's Julian Canal, who is now leading from Ferdinand Habsburg, the Grand Archduke, and Fabio Scherer. And then looking down to GT Pro, it's Combe Ledegaard, Sam Bird and Nick Katzberg. Katzberg having got past Neil Yarni's Porsche just a little while ago. And GT Am, a 3-car battle still going on between Rivera, Fraga and Jensen as we look at the ATC Bratislava car.
And this time it looks like it does have damage.
He's rear-ended it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, they've managed to avoid it most of the time, haven't they? But that's definitely got some rear wing damage. So that's going to be a quick trip back to the pit lane.
Yeah, hopefully not shedding all the car on the way back. And that car, I think, is Mato Konopka on board at the moment, the son of Miro Konopka.
This program is brought to you by Goodyear, racing-inspired tires.
Change is all around us, shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
Want a casino that doesn't put your head in a spin? You're on. Where your go-to tables are easy to get to. You're on. Want to play live roulette and blackjack? You're on. And big jackpot slots like Wheel of Wishes where you can win over £2 million with just one spin. You're on. Plus a £40 welcome bonus when you deposit £10. Unibet. You're on.
Antoine Dorlot. Bonjour, neighbor. Bon appétit. Oh, that's a big one. Here we are. Oh, this guy's got everything better than me. Not his bills. We could have the cheapest in the neighborhood.
What can I say? Expensive taste. Oh, we know.
Very expensive. Here, cut your money with the Neighborhood Bills Calculator.
On Disney Plus, get ready for your summer holidays with Luca, Loki, Monsters at Work,
on Disney+.
At Harry's, we try to do things a little differently, like giving you a great shave for a fair price. For just $3.95, you'll receive a 5-blade razor with lubricating strip and precision trimmer, along with alloy-enriched shave gel and a travel blade cover. Everything you need for a smooth and comfortable shave, with a full refund if you're not completely satisfied. Get started with a $3.95 trial set at harrys.com.
This is the moment you discover Spotty Car. And this is the moment when you spot the one. And drive away happy in the knowledge it's manufacturer approved, with 12 months warranty and 12 months roadside assistance. And this is the moment you fall in love. Spotty Car. Spot it, drive it, love it.
We started chatting on the app and we clicked straight away.
I found my soulmate. But then we met Eric on the app.
And there were 3 of us. I can sense a passion in a room. And so I invited my football team in on the action.
Hey there.
Passion is everything. Passion for football. Sport.
Sign up, deposit and bet to get up to £50 in free bets.
Find your bet mates on BetBull, the sports betting app, where you bet together.
Live the rush of the 24 hours of Le Mans with Total Energies.
Out of the pit lane goes the Alpine, running in 3rd position. Mathieu Vassivière at the wheel. And it is getting towards the witching hour here at the Le Mans 24 Hours on the Circuit de la Sarthe. You will join us in the 7th hour. And there is Mathieu Vassivière going full guns. They genuinely still have a chance of this. Jake Sanson, Mark Cole and Charlie Robertson guiding you through hour number 7 of the greatest race in the world. And this edition is definitely serving up some action, turning into a real modern classic.
Yeah, every time we seem to walk out the commentary booth, Jake, something happens. So,
I know.
Yeah, it's kept us on our toes so far.
It's like we should stay here or something.
I know, exactly. But, no, conditions have been challenging, and this looks like another couple of cars off here.
Yes, that is 2 cars, isn't it?
That looks like the Porsche, the silhouette of a Porsche.
That is the Project 1. That's the Digio Perfetti.
Two.
That is 2 Porsches. So which is the other one? Well, safety car. That's the 33 car.
Yeah, they've gone into the...
oh, that's the Aston, sorry.
Felipe Fraga, yeah, and the second of the TF Sport cars.
Yeah.
That's the battle for 2nd and 3rd in class, isn't it?
Yep.
So that has ended messily at the end of the straight.
Well, Fraga certainly was involved in the battle,
yeah. No, that's 2 separate crashes, you know.
It is, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, the second car just sort of...
outbraked himself, if anything.
Well, this is the Aston Martin that's about to outbrake itself. It's got a problem, you know. Well, look, it's kind of weaving almost as it goes down the straight. That's such a strange incident.
Why do you...
It's a strange one. It's almost like because the first car hit the wall, it moved where the wall was. So he didn't have anywhere to go.
3rd safety car of the race.
Is this a golden opportunity for my nerdy swatting recap?
Well, I think maybe Mr. Christensen and Mademoiselle Boitel did it for you.
They kind of did, yeah. No, I was just thinking, you know, do I have to do this? No, leave it to Mr. Le Mans. He knows. Yeah. He's watching. It's all good.
The big problem here is they're going to have to replace the tyre wall, which is put there to stop cars from going straight on. Remember, there's certain Ant Davidson having an accident at that point.
Yes, indeed. That was a nightmare accident. You never, ever want to see that one repeated.
Flying Toyotas, yeah.
Well, the TF Sport Aston has got going again.
Yeah, well, it's a mechanical problem, of course. I don't know why he bumped into the tyre wall.
Well, let's have a listen to the engine on tick over.
Yeah. I can hear a flapping noise, but that's probably from the hit, I'd imagine. The split is probably broken.
Coffee, currently safety car. How do the tires feel? It's strange. It looks bended in the back, but it doesn't look a puncture. It looks like I'm skating on the car, you know, in the rear.
Yeah, Felipe Fraga kind of confirming what I thought. I think they had a problem going into that.
As you say, it was not connected with this accident. Egidio Perfetti then loses it under braking, and it is very high speed still at that point. Luckily, hit nothing worse than the tyre wall. I don't know what it's backed by, but I think it is just tyres, Jake.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But that's a big problem for Fraga. I think he was having a mechanical problem anyway.
Yeah. But it doesn't explain why he actually drove into those tyres. Perhaps he was intending to go through the gap. And
yeah, like Charlie said, the barrier moved, essentially, didn't it?
Dear.
Yeah, that doesn't sound healthy. Even under a safety car period, that doesn't quite sound very healthy, does it? There's the PR1 Mathiasen car.
Yeah, well, this has given a respite, of course, to a lot of people who've been agonising over which tyres to use. I don't think we've had more rain. I think what happened to Egidio Perfetti there was self-inflicted. I don't think it was caused by a damp track particularly, because other people weren't having problems. But it's easy for us to sit here and say that, isn't it? We're not out there in those conditions.
Dare we say it at this early stage of the race? This is only the 7th hour. Things are going well for the number 7 Toyota.
Yeah, we have. Brabs and I talked about that, and we'd sort of rather veered off a bit because of the commentators' curse.
Oh well, there is that. But mind you, things are still going well. Things are still going fairly well for the 8.
Yeah, but Mike has been trying to win this race for 4 years. It's eluded him each time. Last year they were rewarded with the World Championship, but they still couldn't win Le Mans. It's always been something, hasn't there? This year, touch wood, it's been good in the first third of the race.
I mean, the World Endurance Championship is a wonderful, wonderful thing to win. But it always feels a little bit empty if you haven't won the Le Mans 24 Hours as well. That's the one, even more perhaps than the World Endurance Championship. That's the one that they want to win, and that is a very glum-looking Egidio Perfetti.
Yeah, he is standing there. They've got all the blue lights going, haven't they? And the rescue people, I think he'd probably have to call it a day. If he gets too far from the car, he will be disqualified.
Yeah. Also, that impact, I feel,
Charlie, just remind us,
that.
What is the distance you can go? Is it 10 metres or?
I think I'm actually not sure. I've never been in that position myself.
No,
to know.
You had a bit more fortune than that.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I think there is a rule where I think there is a distance you're not allowed to exceed, and then basically it's done. But I feel like that impact could have been enough to do the same thing as what happened to Sophia with the medical light.
Yeah,
and if that comes on, it's game over. You have to go to the medical centre.
Right, okay. So that's automatic disqualification in effect. So Egidio Perfetti then, 46 years old, one of the world's biggest confectioners. We've mentioned that in the past, haven't we, about Mentos?
Yeah.
Matteo Caroli, his teammate, and so is Ricardo Pera. And that car, of course, Team Project One, Jörg Bergmeister's team, that car's the one called Elsa, named after the Queen from Elsa from Frozen, because of the blue and white colours and the fact that Egidio comes from Norway.
Beautiful image of the moon there, as we always seem to get at this time of night.
Yeah.
Thank you for all of your messages that are coming through. We're getting some great messages from people. Rich Walker has messaged, you guys have been chatting me through a day of interior house painting out in the United States of America.
Oh.
And I've got to give a bit of a shout out to a great mate of mine, Emma Featherstone, whose partner Andy proposed to him today when they were marshalling at Anglesey Circuit in Wales today.
Oh, wow.
And he proposed to her on the start-finish line at Anglesey Circuit, and she said yes. Congratulations. Well done, guys.
And now that's interesting, because I've got a friend who spelt Featherstone, but he pronounces himself Fernyhough.
That's true. Yeah, no, apparently with her, it's definitely Featherstone.
Oh, right.
There we are.
There we are. We all learned
Spin
something.
and spin, spin. This is how it ends the race. That is such
a huge impact.
Big impact, isn't it?
Yeah, and you saw that medical light come on instantly as that happened, and for some reason, he is followed in by Felipe Praga in the TF Sport car.
Let's watch this again.
So I can't get a gear.
Yeah, that sounds like a gearbox issue.
He'd hoped to go through the gap, hadn't he? But as Charlie pointed out, the gap was no longer there.
They've changed their rear tyre.
Yeah, look at that. That's what it was then.
So
that might be the answer to why it went off.
Yeah.
You did talk about the possibility of a puncture.
Hopefully he hadn't done too much damage to the innards. We saw what happened, didn't we, the other night with the Ferrari.
Yeah, can you see the flashing light at the bottom of the windscreen there?
Yeah.
That's the medical light.
So that kind of impact essentially means, you're pretty much game over, unfortunately.
Yeah, we were going to say about Daniel Serra's Ferrari, when he had a front puncture, it just wrecked the whole front of the Ferrari, didn't it? Took took all the bodywork off the front, wrecked the suspension, had to have a new brake cluster as well. That car is now going out for Goodyear to go into the Black Museum after investigation.
I've just realised I made an error with Emma Featherstone. Her partner's name is actually Andy.
Oh, right.
So sorry, Andy.
We'll let you off. but she's still Featherstone.
Yeah, she's, well, not for much longer.
We're taking a break. Stay with us and the moon.
This program is brought to you by Goodyear, racing-inspired tires.
Some seconds are worth more than others. For instance, take this seat. Take this wheel. Take this start. Don't take your eye off the curve. Who knows what lies ahead? Take this way in and this way out. Take every opening, every chance. Overtake this one, these two. Take pleasure in the thrill. Take a second. Relax. There are 86,400 for the taking.
Our world is changing. New challenges and opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. The FIA is committed to having a positive impact on society, on all our lives, through health and safety, environment, diversity and inclusion, and community development. Make the same commitment. We are all purpose-driven.
It's not easy being special. Let me explain. Be humble. Special never brags.
Who's a special boy? That's right. Me.
But the truth is, we are all judged on results. See? Special.
Not really, mate. Someone wins that jackpot every single day. It's daily.
New customers get 100 free spins on daily jackpot games. The daily jackpot on Paddy Power Games. If you win, don't think you're special.
New Vodafone Evo gives you flexible phone contract lengths from 12 to 36 months, so you can get the phone you want at the price you choose.
Hurry up, Dad.
Gotta be perfect. First date and all.
She'll be here any minute. Just be yourself, Dad.
Get flexible phone contract lengths from 12 to 36 months. Search Vodafone Evo.
Disney Plus is the place to stream. For only $7.99 per month.
We started chatting on the app and we clicked straight away.
I found my soulmate, but then we met Eric on the app.
And there were three of us. I can sense passion in a room. And so I invited my football team in on the action.
Hey there.
Passion is everything. Passion for football. Sport. And it's just more fun when you bet together. Find your bet mates on Bet Bull, the sport betting app where you bet together.
Lego Technic sponsors 24-hour Le Mans on Eurosport.
Welcome back to Le Mans. We are still under our third safety car as work is carried out to the barriers at first chicane, the romantic name for the first chicane down the Mulsanne Straight. The other one, the second chicane, being Michelin chicane. I think it's a good time, Jake Sanson and Charlie Robertson, to just pay tribute to the Orange Army of Marshals who are here all over the world. And just to remember what a great job they do. It's all voluntary and they put their lives on the line when they're doing it, as indeed did Robert Foote at Brands Hatch last month, the 67-year-old former mayor of Epsom and Buell, who was killed by a car going off the circuit. We also lost Bernard Cottrell, the 67-year-old British GT race director and chairman of the BRSEC until 2017. He sadly died of leukemia. But just to remember that all these guys and people like Steve Tarrant, who marshalled here for so many years, only just stopped doing it despite the fact he lost a leg at Goodwood 21 years ago. So we pay tribute to them, don't we, Jake, Charlie?
Yeah, we absolutely do. I mean, as many things that we can say about great racetracks and great teams and great engineers and great drivers and great sponsors that contribute to the sport, none of that means anything without the Orange Army.
It just wouldn't happen without them, and we owe them all, basically. That's the reason why we go racing, and that their passion for the sport keeps us all safe, and we couldn't do it without them.
Well, I mean, one of the best things you can do as a driver, or indeed anyone interested in motorsport, is just go and spend a day marshalling, seeing what it's all about, see what these guys have to put up with, and sometimes they get abuse from the drivers.
They do,
just remember, at the end of the day, they're volunteers. Now, this is one of the 3 safety cars we got here at Le Mans. As you can see, it's a fairly short one. Other safety cars will have been picked up, maybe 30 cars. This one's only got about 5. Well, it's now 6, only 4, because in comes the number 7 Toyota. Lopez, who has done 3 stints in that car, brings it into the pits.
Great to see a lot of the marshals from international motorsport around the world are tuning in, and they are watching. A lot of organisers as well. A massive hello to the Bateses, to Maisie, to Julianne, to Paul. They're in for the night with a bottle of spiced rum and Le Mans. What more could you want? Good for you guys. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely time of it. Maria Cook tuning in, getting ready for her own 24 hours next week at Snetterton. The 2CVs are out and about.
Right.
So this is their warm-up, essentially. You watch Le Mans, you get some tips, and then you go out to Snetterton and you go for a top speed of 95 kilometres an hour.
And is that the 24-hour 2CV race?
It is indeed, yes.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
I haven't commentated on that for a long, long time now, but I miss Maria Cook and all the muffins that I used to get treated to through the course of the night.
Right. Well, good luck to all of you guys, and may you hit great speeds.
Absolutely. There's nothing quite like doing 95 kilometres an hour.
Yeah,
ask George Russell. Do you know what? That's an amazing story. George Russell, before he got up the ladder of motor racing, he had to get his signatures.
Yeah,
you know about this, Charlie.
Yeah, Alton Park. He raced one.
And he raced a Citroen 2CV. I'm fairly sure Jamie Chadwick did as well. Not bad going. There's not many Formula 1 drivers or even Le Mans drivers who can say, I raced a Citroen 2CV.
Well, let's ask the question, why isn't Jamie Chadwick here this year? She should be racing here.
She absolutely should be, yeah. Absolutely should be. She's top quality. We were talking about the Marshals. Morgan from Barrel has just tweeted saying, we were just discussing that you guys would be great company at Marshals Beers at Lark Hall in Scotland. What's your order, lads?
Right. I'll have a double scotch, please.
That's where I started karting.
That is where you started karting. Up at the West of Scotland Kart Club.
2005.
Go on then, Charlie. You're not driving. What's your poison?
We've got to say tenants if you're from Scotland.
That's a good point. Yeah, absolutely. You want tenants? Super.
Home of the Frankittis, the Durestas, and all the other Italian ice cream manufacturers.
Indeed, yeah. I'll tell you another family that need a shout out who are watching. The Moore family. Sarah, Nigel.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to think who else in that group. David will probably be watching along. All of the Top With Motorsport posse. They'll all be there.
Well, if you're not watching us, you're missing what is turning out to be an epic race. It's certainly sprinkled with drama. And again, here we are. These are the views from the helicopter at the moment, and this is one of the longer safety car trains. The 3 that are going around, we mentioned. This one's got about 30 cars on the back of it. Everyone queuing up, very after you, after you, and anxious not to overtake, because you do that and you're in big trouble.
I've just been pointed out something. We were talking about George Russell doing a Citroen 2CV race to start his career. You know who else did? Who's here on the grid today? Ben Barnicoat.
All right. Well, we can't say enough about Ben on his debut here at Le Mans, and both Charlie and Brabs have said what a great job he's doing.
Yeah, he was through to Hyperpole on his first visit to the circuit. I mean, that's seriously impressive.
That was good, wasn't it? So there we are. It's been a long wait, hasn't it, for Lopez? But at last he's allowed out as the next available safety car train goes past. Well, it looks like there isn't one up the hill at the moment. So what happened there? Anyway, he's still in the lead. Had almost a lap lead. That will have cost him some time there. The long, long wait, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Long hold.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that's the kind of thing that starts making you doubt what's going to be happening, essentially, there. You kind of start worrying. Batskevissa has just tweeted, heartbroken. Unfortunately, we are out due to a crash out of our control. Most important is that Sophia is okay.
Yeah, we saw shots of her, didn't we, in the back in the garages after she had been checked at the medical centre, and her being getting commiserations from the team. And we do have to feel for them. But Eurosport has been following the progress of that team for the last week, and we had a nice show about the girls on Thursday night. And again, Tom was talking to them this morning, and what a shame they couldn't make the finish.
Fabulous shots from overhead, giving you a real insight into just how vast this race circuit is. I mean, we cannot stress enough just how tough it is for these competitors out there in the night time. 13.6 kilometers. You've been there before, Charlie. I want to get your thoughts on this in a moment, because I'd love to know what it's like being at the full pelt at night. We're going to pick that up in a little bit, because we're going to hear down in the pits, I believe, Comme Ledogar of Ferrari.
Second in GT Pro at this moment, behind Nick Katzberg.
Come talk a little bit us through this really tough and crazy race so far.
Yeah, during my two stints it was quite difficult because we had like a condition change and a lot of safety car full course yellow, so it was not easy to adjust the pace in the condition because there is still a long way to go in the race. So no, it was tough and I had to stay focused, but I have to say the car was well balanced and we could keep it on track.
Com, you need to talk us through your recent win at the 24 Hours of Spa, because it was pretty much the same scenario with like changing conditions and a crazy race as well. It seems that you have that luck with you. You're driving the winning car from Le Mans 2019 with an impressive lineup. How does it feel for you to be here this weekend?
No, it feels good, but we had not too much time to enjoy the one from Spa, because we had to focus directly on this one. And yeah, we have luck, but luck goes away quite fast. So we need to stay focused, and there is still a very long way to go. So hope it stays like this, and I think we keep the head cool, and we have a great car.
It seems that your status within Ferrari is changing right now, maybe since the victory at Spa with this impressive lineup and this factory seat. You've been trying to, you've been raising a racing team at the same time with Porsches as well, and it's impressive to see you at that level of racing now that you have like 2 jobs.
Yes, true, but my main one is still this one, and I stay focused on this one more, I have to say. Sorry for my drivers in the team, but it's what I like the most when I take off the pit limiter out of the pit lane.
And you do it really well. Thank you, Com.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gwenelle, for that as well. She's doing a great job for us there, and a little bit shy there, Com. Didn't mention the fact that only 2 weeks ago he won the Spa 24 Hours together with Alessandro Pierguidi, his teammate here, 4 Iron Links in one of the greatest 24 hours in history.
Absolutely astonishing so far, this race. It just keeps getting better and better. A lot of people have actually been messaging through the race here, Mark, that this is certainly the craziest and most action-packed race probably since 2001. I think that's fair to say, isn't it?
Yep, yes, that was the year we had 10 cars who crashed in that rainstorm coming up between Mulsanne and the Porsche curves. As we see again, Egidio Perfetti, the Norwegian confectioner, planting Elsa firmly in the tire barriers, followed in by Fraga in the TF Sport Aston Martin.
Don't tell my daughters, who are massive Frozen fans, that they crashed Elsa into the wall. They're going to be very upset, very upset.
I actually mentioned my granddaughter Roxy this morning, but she said, oh no, that was so yesterday. I mean, she is 12 now.
I bet she's into Raya and the Last Dragon or something, whatever it's called now. Oh dear. There's a massive list of people coming out of the woodwork saying that they're settling in for the night now. Safety car in this lap. I'm getting messages from dozens of people. Charlie Martin is watching along. Hello, Charlie. I know you're going to be on the grid at Le Mans before too long. Michael Crease, good old Creasy, British touring car driver and Porsche Super Cup racer. He's watching along and enjoying the thrills and spills of the race circuit. And Jack Fabby, one of the rising talents of British sports car racing in the family. They're watching back home in Cheshire. Good to see you all. And hope you're enjoying the night. Another nice one. KC Racing, getting through my dissertation with the coverage right next to me. You're studying in the middle of all this? Seriously?
So, safety car in this lap. Getting the message from race control. It's on your screens now as well. So they've got that tire wall fixed at first chicane. And we're told everything is safe, ready to go racing again. There is the overall order then. Toyota Alpine at the top. It's WRT, Panis and WRT now the three leaders in P2, but we have had some pit stops. But look at this, guys. It must be one of the longest safety car trains we've had at Le Mans.
Kevin Hatch makes a very interesting point here. He says, a day marshalling should be compulsory for all new racing drivers. Maybe to add a signature to their provisional license.
I think you can do it to add a signature, can't you? I think if you do it, you do get a signature.
I think that's correct, yeah, absolutely right. But how about that? I mean, that's not a bad idea. Green, 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 and we are racing again as we continue our journey through this Le Mans 24 hours, as we approach the end of the 7th hour. And this is one heck of a long train as we go back up to green flag racing in the pitch black of the Circuit de la Sarthe. This is where the drivers really earn their wages.
Question is now, who's going to fall off next, isn't it?
It's definitely been that kind of race, actually, hasn't it?
Huge amount of frustration you can tell in this race. That first hour in the rain just mixed everything up so much. All the championship leaders, the class leaders, the pole position runners all somehow managed to find themselves in trouble as the Ferrari goes very, very wide in the Porsche curves there.
So the battle is going to be well and truly joined from here on out. What's the latest in the class battles, I hear you ask? Well, Hypercar is still Toyota 1-2, Alpine P3, a lap adrift. Glickenhaus's 4th and 5th. A further lap adrift for the, 2 laps adrift, I should say, for the Glickenhaus Racing 709. Still battling away. LMP2, very tight indeed at the moment. WRT 1 and 3. Louis Delatraz's car ahead of Ferdinand Habsburg's Julian Canal in the Panis Racing machine. There is his teammate Will Stevens, you just saw there. They're running second at the moment, with the leading United Autosports car, Fabio Scherer, despite a couple of spins, is still there in 4th position. Sean Galeil in the Jota is running in 5th position, just in front of Alex Brundle in the Inter-Europol competition car. The IDEX Sport of Patrick Pilet has climbed all the way back up to 7th on their debut. Real Team Racing on theirs as Norman Nato in 8th place. Juan Pablo Montoya is dragging the Dragon Speed USA car through the field and is up to 9th place with Joop van Uyten in the Racing Team Nederland car P10. GTE Pro, it's Corvette leading. Nicky Katzberg is ahead of the 2 Ferraris and the 2 Works Porsches. That's the way it currently stacks up in the top 5. But James Collado is right behind Nicky Katzberg at this moment in time. But the LMP2 victory battle, this is it. We're watching it. And they're literally all 3 of those cars together. Get strapped in, folks, because this is going to be a good one.
Yeah, interesting to see WRT then, 1st and 3rd at the moment in LMP2, isn't it? And that's really, really very impressive. Delatraz and Habsburg 1st and 3rd. It's the first time that WRT have run 2 cars in a race. They just came into the WEC this year, and one of the best run teams in the world. René Verbiest, Vincent Voss and Yves Weert. They run it out of Hainaut in Spa, and of course they've won at Spa, they've won at Bathurst, they've won at Nürburgring, and this year 5th in the championship. Best result so far, 2nd at Monza last time out. They're determined to go one further here tomorrow afternoon. Slow car.
Looks like a Ferrari to me from the headlights.
Yeah,
it just
does.
about tell.
Now, is that one of the Works cars? That's the biggest problem.
It
something
like
5. Something 5.
55?
Could be 55.
It's the Iron Lynx car.
It is the Iron Lynx machine.
Yep. close. Oh dear, we said at least they got one ladies' car.
The curse of the female
running.
crews tonight.
Oh,
I think it's a puncture. You can see this. You can just about make out the smoke on the left rear, and you can just hear the tyre flapping around. So.
And again, I have to keep stressing it, that is one of the hardest working teams of race drivers in the field, the Iron Lakes crew, and those three ladies are absolutely stellar drivers.
Yeah, Rahel.
What a shame.
Rahel Frey still on board. She had to sit through that long safety car period, and as soon as they get going, picks up a puncture. And there's a lot of debris on the circuit, isn't there?
I think so. I think from all the crashes that we've had so far, and also there's nothing worse than being stuck halfway around the track with a puncture. You want to try and get back to the pits as quickly as you can. So, but if you go too fast, you're going to risk ripping the tyre open and damaging your bodywork. So you've got to try and tread the thin line of going fast enough to make it back, but then also not damage the car at the same time. So it's a not nice feeling.
When we saw her, she's only just approaching the first chicane, wasn't she? So, you know, she's only
it's got a long way to go.
Only a third of the way around the circuit.
So this duel is really getting spicy now. WRT, Panis Racing, and in third place now, that is the 22 car of Fabio Scherer, because he's managed to make the move on Ferdinand Habsburg in the sister WRT car. So the United Autosports car is now back into third position. 1, 2 and 3, those cars. And then the WRT. Now into the pits comes Fabio Scherer. Big dive to the pit wall for a move there into the Dunlop curves behind the Glickenhaus. Didn't quite make out who that was. I think that was the WRT actually going for a lap manoeuvre. That's the 31 of Ferdinand Habsburg.
Yeah, he goes back into second place, as you say, 24-year-old from Salzburg. I don't know if you ever looked into his background, but his full name is Ferdinand Wisonomir Maria Baltus Keith Michael Otto Antal Barman Leonhard von Habsburg Lothringen.
Do you know what? You started saying all that, and I actually forgot the first two names you said.
Well,
could you say it again?
Yeah, say it again. Go on, say it again.
He shortened it to the first and last.
What a good idea.
But he is a genuine Archduke of Austria, and of course he was the ALMS champion, or he's leading the championship in ALMS, so with 2 wins for G-Drive this year, also driving IMSA High Class and in the ELMS for Algarve Pro. Yeah, sorry, he won the ALMS, that's right, that's over. But he's driving, so 3 different teams he's been racing with this year, and of course, this is the 4th WRT.
Ferdinand Habsburg is one of the luckiest men in motor racing history, of course, because he managed to grab that Macau Grand Prix out of complete thin air. Or he was leading it, wasn't he? And he had it.
I think he crashed.
He was the one who crashed
at the last corner. Yeah,
I've got that statistic completely mixed up.
Can we change that to one of the unluckiest?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, one of the unluckiest. Let me just rewind. Donkeys are aliens. Ferdinand Habsburg. Rather unfortunate chap in the past. But don't worry, we fixed it, it's all right. Oh. But no, this is a good opportunity for him and the crew, to be fair. Third position at the moment, and going very well indeed.
A Mulsanne corner then, and twice we've seen Lopez use that roundabout, haven't we? It's an escape road over the last 2 years. He did it last year, he did it again on Thursday during qualifying. At least he inject some humour into proceedings doing that.
Go and check in at the hotel.
Yeah.
Fast.
So 97 laps completed. Let's just have a look, see last year what the total lappery was. The 2020 edition of the Le Mans 24 Hours ran out to 387 laps. And we're almost 7 hours in now, so we're on target. We've had 3 safety cars, but they have been quite short ones. We've been here in the past when we've had a 2-hour safety car because of the amount of damage to barriers.
So now we've got some really cool battles brewing on the circuit. We've got the race battle in LMP2, which is obviously still very close indeed. This is the onboard camera from Kazuki Nakajima, the man who has won Le Mans 24 Hours a couple of times now. Very trusty pair of hands, I have to say. And the LMP2 battle still going strong. WRT, Panis, And United Autosports are the top 3 teams in it at the moment. Oh no, sorry, Ferdinand Habsburg has got back into 3rd place, and that is the Ferrari. That is the number 60 car going around. Let's have a look and see how that happened. Ooh, that was a near miss. That is the iron links of Giamara. So Rafael Giamara going around there. Look at that, he's just managed to park it in that little gap between the 2 tyre barriers. I bet you couldn't ask him to do that again twice. And this is rather clumsy between 2 Ferraris. That is the Cetilar racing machine. Full credit to the number 80 car that realised he had accidentally nudged the car. That's Callum Ilott. He's nudged the car off the road and has given them back the position again. That was Roberto Lacorte. And there is the Panis racing car that was 2nd in LMP2. Still plenty of expectation for this wood effect machine. Absolutely stunning livery. I mean, we say this time and time again when we look at a cool car that we like the look of, but we know that you guys all watching at home really do take these things, you know, to passion and joy, these liveries of the cars. Many people messaging us through the week saying, is this the first time in goodness knows how many years that there hasn't been a Gulf Oils livery car at the Le Mans 24 Hours? I can't remember the last time there wasn't one.
Right. Anyway, Jake, you and I have been ticked off by Helen Bendel-Jones.
We have indeed. 3 marshals, guys and girls. That's now about 5 times you've talked about marshals in terms of guys. Well, that's for generic guys, isn't it? I never think of male or female as marshals, but Helen does point out, if you come to the pit lane at Silverstone, it is mostly female marshals. Absolutely right.
So, yeah. So please accept our apologies for if we were suggesting that it was all men. That wasn't meant in that way. Yeah.
And it's the same at Alton Park in Cheshire, actually. Most of the marshals that are working on the start-finish line, including Emma Featherstone and the gang, most of them are women, and they're very, very talented at what they do. Happy engagement again to Emma and Andy. And I know for a fact that there's quite a few marshals up at Knock Hill that are of the female persuasion as well, and a very talented crew they've got up there as well.
Yeah, and also we've been ticked off for mentioning Formula W. I don't know who said that, but Motorsport Broadcasting says it's not difficult to say things like W Series instead of Formula W, as others have noted.
Yeah.
So please
not sure what happened there.
Please take on board the feedback. Absolutely,
okay.
We will.
Absolutely, no worries.
See, we take the criticism as well as the praise. We're not shy here.
Brad Philpott just pointing me out. Did I just hear Jake Sanson say donkeys are aliens during the commentary? Yeah, I had to squeeze one Bill Bailey. I had to squeeze one Bill Bailey reference. I had to squeeze one Bill Bailey reference into a 24-hour endurance commentary.
It's the top of that, and when you come back from our next break, it'll be David Bradman here in my hot seat, and I'll see you guys in another hour's time.
Oh, we've got the Ferrari going off and into the wall. That is Roberto Lacorte.
That's the championship leader, the Cetilar car.
It is indeed.
Oh, my goodness.
They've just dropped it there on the way out of Tertre Rouge.
Wow, you could see that coming, couldn't you? And Tertre Rouge bites again, as we noted throughout qualifying. Oh, dear.
Baffling move there, Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, did he drop it on the way in? It's hard to quite... Did he just get squeezed on the way in and drop a wheel?
Let's have a look.
No.
Oh!
Just ran wide very early on.
It's almost as if he tried to keep his foot in.
Has it put the
I don't really know what's happened there. It's a bit strange, really. He's had the car on the inside, which he should have seen, and then just seems to have made slight contact with it.
Well, the medical light didn't go on, fortunately for him, and he's able to get that car moving again. So
it's just whether it's stricken, is it going to be able to make it back? I mean, he's pulled it over to the other side of the circuit now, but it doesn't look like it's moving anywhere.
That's a very bizarre accident, actually.
I think once you're on, I think as well, considering it's been raining there, as soon as he's got offline on slicks, it's straight to the scene of the accident, as I say. So I mean, he's going to struggle to keep it out the barriers there, and unfortunately for him.
That's a slow zone at Marshall Post 5 through to 6. Taking the opportunity to get into the pits, that's Rui Andrade, the Angolan driver. I do say it's not a truly international event unless you've got competitors representing all 6 continents, and thanks to Rui Andrade, of course, who is representing Angola. That's Africa taken care of. and it's great to have some African representation. I've always felt that you can't have a full World Championship, a proper full World Championship, unless you've got all 6 continents represented. That's why, for me, the last great Grand Prix racing World Championship was 1993. That was the last time we had a race at Kyalami.
Kyalami, yeah.
What a racetrack.
They're starting to go back to Kyalami now, though, haven't they, in terms of GT racing? And
I hope it's an upward
been
trend.
Redeveloped. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, I hope it's an upward trend, certainly.
So Robert Lecourt then on board that car, and look, he's done a lot of damage. You can see the rear wheels are pointing a different direction. That car is not going to go anywhere under its own steam, is it? Robert Lecourt then will be very, very embarrassed by that. As we said, leading the championship, they won at Portimao, they were 3rd at Spa, didn't have a good Monza, and they're hoping to make up for it with the double points, of course, on offer this weekend to keep their championship lead over Francois Perrodo, Niklas Nielsen and Alessio Rivera in the AFC car.
This program is brought to you by Goodyear, racing-inspired tires.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders, got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
The great range of slots. Join and get £10 free. Only at 32red.com.
Why do I use Alpecin caffeine shampoo? Because it works for me. Because it works for me.
Alpecin caffeine shampoo. Fight for your hair.
Wow! This is John. He's very happy with his new car.
He bought it from the comfort of his sofa.
Wow!
All he did was visit carwow.co.uk to receive great offers from local and national dealers.
Wow.
On average, Carwow buyers save over £2,900.
Wow.
No, not yet, John. £2,900 without having to haggle.
Wow.
John can't be bothered haggling. Carwow, the car buying comparison site. Go to carwow.co.uk now.
Win Set for Life from the National Lottery and smash every month. Play on app, online and in-store and win £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life from the National Lottery.
Energy prices are rising. Switch now to avoid paying more than you should. You switch. It's probably time you switch.
We started chatting on the app and we clicked straight away.
I found my soulmate, but then we met Eric on the app.
And there were 3 of us. I can sense passion in a room. And so I invited my football team in on the action.
Hey there.
Passion is everything. Passion for football. Sport. And it's just more fun when you bet together. Find your bet mates on Bet Bull, the sports betting app where you bet together.
Live the rush of the 24 hours of Le Mans with Total Energies.
Welcome back to the Circuit de la Sarthe. We're into the 8th hour of the Le Mans 24 Hours of 2021, and what a crazy race this year's edition is turning out to be. The 89th running is going to be talked about for many a year as a modern classic. Jake Sanson, Charlie Robertson, and joining us, David Brabham, winner of the Le Mans 24 Hours, 3 times in class, once overall, 2009. Well, we're going to throw you straight in here at the deep end, David, because we've had a brilliant question come in several times this week, actually. Apparently, you'll know about this, obviously. A couple of years ago, it was mentioned that Brabham were going to be making a return to the Le Mans 24 Hours with your new sports car. When's that going to happen?
I think this is the third time I've talked about this.
Oh, it is. I do apologise.
Yeah, no, look, when we launched in 2018 with the Brabham BT62, we said our goal was to get to Le Mans. And as things have progressed, and with COVID, obviously the can, let's say, has been kicked down the road a little bit. But yeah, we're building the business. We brought out the Brabham BT63 GT2 car, which again will lay the foundations to Le Mans bid in the future.
Fantastic. There you go, straight from the horse's mouth. Anybody who wanted to hear about the plans for Brabham, there they are. Excellent. We can't wait, mate. We absolutely can't wait. No, it's going to be brilliant. Zach Romano wants to know, why was the 64 Corvette in the pits for 20 or so minutes? Quite a simple answer to that one. A diffuser change. They had a diffuser change. Alex Sims is now back on track, 2 laps down. But that's actually going to benefit them in the long run now that they've done that, because obviously they've had a couple of shaky moments, but the other Corvette is in the lead. The 64 car is down the order a little bit as the Cetilar Ferrari is being recovered. But it's rather better that they get that kind of thing out of the way while they've got an opportunity to, Charlie.
Yeah, I think so. If you feel like you've got a problem in the car and you know it's going to get worse and worse as time progresses, if there's a safety car period or a long full course yellow, for example, then bringing the car in to make those essential changes before it ends up causing you bigger issues further down the line, you have to make that call, and the team have made the call. So it's a good decision, because I think they've obviously know what the damage is, and Alex is a very experienced driver, and he's going to know exactly what he's feeling underneath him, and if it's not right, they've had to make the change. So hopefully that car comes back into the floor throughout the rest of the race. They are a few laps down, but yeah, it should be possible.
So the battle is going very, very strong indeed for the number 63 Corvette. They're only a second ahead of the Ferraris. This is going to be a very interesting battle as this develops. James Collado is pushing Nicky Katzberg to the limit here in the nighttime phase, and this is a battle that I was really hoping was going to gather speed here, Brabs, because we were talking endlessly this week about Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari. Corvette have just shown their hand, and now they're in this to win it.
As they always are. I mean, I've said this before, they're very good at getting themselves in a position to be strong in the race. And you can never, ever count them out of getting a victory here at Le Mans. They are super strong.
Adam White has thrown in a very funny tweet here. Why are only 6 continents represented at the Le Mans 24 Hours? Only 6. Honestly. Thanks, Adam. Keeping us smiling. Mr. Erratic Man, like to say thanks to my lovely wife, Helen, for providing tons of food for the family Le Mans session. Hope to be going next year. Keep it up. 24 hours. You've only got another 16 hours and 52 minutes to go. You're doing a great job. Doing an absolutely great job. Well, one of the teams that's out of the race, rather regrettably, is the number 1 Richard Miller Racing crew. We saw Sophia Fleury have 2 accidents completely not of her own making over the course of the early stage of the race. And we're going to hear from her in a short while. So it's obviously going to be a very long end to the race for them, because there's 3 incredible drivers in that crew. And we've started to see some real flashes of brilliance from them. But Sophia Fleury is going to be able to talk to us herself, and we'll be able to get her viewpoint and her feedback from the incident. So let's head down to pit lane, where Sophia Fleury can tell us exactly what happened.
Sophia, you must be really disappointed with that big crash for sure, and that retirement from your team. Can you just explain us first what happened on track?
Yeah, first of all, I'm really sorry for the whole team, Tatjana Beitsko, that we ended the race this early and in that way, to be honest. nothing really I could do, to be honest. I mean, there was quite big chaos because it started raining and there was a slow zone, and apparently the driver behind me or next to me, I actually don't know where he came from, well, lost the control over the car and just crashed into me. So nothing really I could do. And then the second one, well, no idea how he couldn't see me, but he didn't see me and crashed into my side as well. So really frustrating, to be honest.
If we take that away for a minute and think about the whole race and the whole Le Mans experience for you, Sofia, what can you tell us about this week and this endurance, I mean, this special experience?
Well, I mean, it was my second time here. I think, yeah, being 20 and being here already 2 times is something great. I mean, we worked really hard the past days. I mean, we started 21 and we were already running P11. So I think we could have finished quite good. I mean, last week we were P9. I think for sure top 10, top 8 would have been possible. That makes it actually even worse and even more frustrating. But Le Mans is incredible. Le Mans is something very special, and hopefully I will come back again next year, and then, yeah, with a longer race than just this.
Thank you, Sofia. Thank you.
A great effort brought to an end way too early, Charlie. They deserved a lot more from that race than they were given.
Yeah, I mean, it was not her fault at all, so it's a tough pill to swallow when you know it's out of your hands, but it also sometimes makes it a little bit easier to understand because you know you couldn't have done anything else.
Let's actually have a look at that incident again. Brabs, I'd love to get your take on it, because obviously this is an incident where a driver has been completely blameless here. This is her trying to recover, and this is the moment.
She's coming back across the road, but what I can't understand is at that point there's only one direction, is that straight into the car, whether or not he could have probably gone in other directions. But with the track being so slippery and on slicks, he may not have been able to do a thing.
But playing devil's advocate, I know it was darker, but look, there's an awful lot of time to get out of the way there, isn't there, on the run up from there? Or
the only defence I could have is that when those cars are parked sideways, there's no reflectors or anything on them. So I know it might look quite light on the screen, but it might have been darker in the actual car. And I know from doing night races and stuff before, if a car sometimes parks sideways, you can't see it. And right until the last minute, I mean, I'm not sure that's exactly what's happened in that scenario, but I have seen it happen before.
Oh, hello.
Is that looks like the Alpine?
Is that the Alpine? That would be horrendous bad luck, but I think you're right. I think that might be the Alpine that's gone off there and he's beached at the first Mulsanne chicane. It is! Oh. It's the Alpine! Oh, horrendous bad luck for Mathieu Vassivière. And this was meant to be the Alpine team's homecoming in what is certainly their most successful year in motorsport for a long, long time. And this is going to hamper their chances of the win, isn't it? This is their victory slipping away.
We're going to see a Glickenhaus move up to 3rd place with this, by the looks of it.
Which is going to give Jim Glickenhaus kittens.
Certainly put a smile on his face.
But that's the smiles of all the French supporters.
Gone.
Absolutely washed away. What a shame. And that looks like that, I mean, from the way that the car's travelled, that looks like he's just lost it on the way in. I don't know whether he's been assisted. We'd need to see a replay of it. But that's a heartbreaking moment for the Alpine crew. I wonder if Fernando Alonso and Esteban Ocon are still awake and are still watching this. Because I know they've come here with a lot of passion. They both love the race as well. Alonso, of course, is a winner of it. And that's a very heartbreaking moment for the Alpine team. It's going to take a long time for them to recover from that as well. That is unfortunate. What a shame. Let's have a listen.
Engine off, engine off. Do you think you can move with engine or not? Oh, I'm sick. Copy, copy. Engine off, engine off. Do you touch something? Do you touch the wall? No, I didn't touch the wall. Copy. And the car jump or not? Car jump a little bit, but all good.
I think if he's not got any damage to the car, hasn't hit anything, then once he's recovered back onto the circuit, he should be able to carry on.
Looks like he's hit a wet patch there on the straight initially.
Yeah, and then braked.
And skated off. Water on the tyres. That's the problem, because you come offline to get past the traffic and you've got water on your tyres, and then you hit the brake pedal.
Doesn't normally work.
No. Devastating bad luck.
Nature of Le Mans, though, isn't it, I guess, with the ever-changing conditions, track evolution, you know, as it dries out every lap. Trying to pass 2 GT cars on the right-hand side, it was not inevitable, but it's very easy to do.
Well, these are live pictures. They've got the car back on again, so it's not over yet. They're down to 4th position in class, 6th position overall, but these are live pictures. Mathieu Vassivière is back into the race and driving in anger. So it's not over yet. It's definitely had a blip, but the hopes are still going. Remember the TF Sport Aston Martin that came into the pits because it had a puncture and Felipe Fraga drifted into the tyre barrier?
Apparently it was 2.
It was 2 punctures, we now find out. 2 rear punctures caused by debris on the circuit. So no wonder the thing wasn't able to be controlled because it drifted into the...
Well, that's why it sounded like it blocked the rears on the downshift, but obviously that was because it didn't have any rears at that point. So
yeah.
Can't imagine that was too much fun heading into the first chicane.
Well, it's a bit of a bitter pill to swallow for the Alpine team, but it's definitely not game over yet. They still have plenty of time to get back into this. We've seen many worse incidents than this in this race. Let's ride on board, Brabs, with Mathieu Vassivière.
Yeah, he's obviously you can see the cars in front of him. He's obviously trying to decide, okay, probably go to the left, and he's thinking, no, I'll go to the right. He's flashing the lights to let him know. Yeah, obviously the car just moved to the right as he was trying to go around to the right. He had to either back off or do that. And I can see why he probably thought he could get away with that, but it looked like he locked up the rears as soon as he hit the brakes, and that was it.
To be fair to him, if he had braked a little bit less, the car would have skated and rejoined back on the road. Just about.
I think that's, yeah.
But that's a 1 in a million chance.
In that scenario.
It's a 1 in a million chance of that actually working.
I think he was just hoping he came to a stop without hitting anything.
And he may have looked to me that he braked probably a bit too late.
So into the pits comes Mathieu Vassivière. He's brought the car back in. Well, obviously, he will need a check over after that trip into the gravel trap. I have a feeling the mechanics are going to try and dig quite a lot of it out of the various holes in the car that it will have collected in.
Yeah, I mean, a spin at that speed, your tyres are going to be pretty badly flat spotted. I mean, that was probably a spin at about 160, 170 miles an hour on the brakes. So, yeah, his tyres are not going to be too healthy, and the vibrations, I imagine, the car would have been quite substantial, so I'd expect a tyre change.
So, it's a bit of a hiccup, but hopefully it's not the end of it as Mathieu Vassivière comes in and will change to Nicolas Lapierre. Get ready for some fireworks, folks. Because now the team have lost ground and Nicolas Lapierre is the perfect tonic to that little malady. Not trying to put Mathieu Vassivière down, but if you need to get out of a jam, Nicolas Lapierre is a very trusty pair of hands to get you out of it. And that Alpine may not be down in 4th place for too much longer. So how's the battle going in LMP2? Well, it's WRT 1 and 2 at this moment in time. Delatraz in front of Habsburg. The United Autosports number 22. Fabio Scherer in 3rd place. The Panis Racing. Oreca Gibson 4th. Sean Galeal in the Jota is 5th. Alex Brundle in the Inter-Europol competition car is in 6th place, and that is 10th overall. Ahead of the second Glickenhaus of Ryan Briscoe. GTE Pro, it is now Ferrari ahead of Corvette. Collado has got in front of Nicky Katzberg in their consistent duel for position. The gap is only 3.2 seconds. This is why the Alpine is in the pits. It's overtaken a couple of back markers, got its wheels onto the wet stuff, hit the brakes, and lost control. Very, very easy to do. Let's watch it from on board one of the cars that it was lapping. That's scary. Even on board with the driver behind, the WeatherTech Porsche, that's scary because you're in danger of joining them at the scene of the accident.
It's very easy to follow someone in because sometimes a car passes you, you start to use them as a reference. And yeah, he was lucky. Sometimes I've been guilty of it before, where you've followed someone in, you brake late, and they've braked even later, and then you're in a bit of a pickle.
So Nicolas Lapierre brings the Alpine back out on track. They're down to 8th overall, 4th in class. But this is just a setback. It's not game over. There's still a long, long way to go as we're in the 8th hour of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Expect the unexpected. We've been littered with it throughout this first third of the race.
This program is brought to you by Goodyear, racing-inspired tires.
Change is all around us, shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
Our world is changing. New challenges and opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. The FIA is committed to having a positive impact on society, on all our lives, through health and safety, environment, diversity and inclusion, and community development. Make the same commitment. We are all purpose-driven.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. The clicks came from laptops, then tablets and phones, Monday through Sunday, office and home, 24 hours in every zone, and still they kept up with the clicks. Now shoppers ask more from the websites they're on, their language, their currency, their way, or they're gone, so you'd better keep up with the clicks. All of a sudden, there are so many must-dos if you want to keep selling, like delivery there, no there, or there.
And make it tomorrow, first thing.
No time for borders. Gotta stay in control to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Discover our new free-to-play slots tournaments, only at Coral. Play your favourite slots like Big Banker, as well as other great exclusive games in our daily tournament. Earn points and set your place on the leaderboard for a chance to win prizes every day, such as cash, free spins and bonuses. Play for free at coral.co.uk.
We started chatting on the app and we clicked straight away.
I found my soulmate, but then we met Eric on the app.
And there were 3 of us. I can sense passion in a room. And so I invited my football team in on the action.
Hey there.
Passion is everything. Passion for football. Sport.
Sign up, deposit and bet to get up to £50 in free bets.
Find your bet mate on Bet Bull, the sport betting app, where you bet together.
Live the rush of the 24 hours of Le Mans with Total Energies.
The spirit of race, Ferrari has just dropped it on the way through Indianapolis. Very easy to do, skates off, and that is a glancing blow, Charlie, but I don't think that's going to cause a massive amount of damage.
No, but once you're in that gravel trap, I have been in there myself, and it's you can't really get out, so we have to be lifted back onto the circuit with a slow zone, I'd imagine. Unfortunate, but the damage, yeah, the hit didn't look too bad, but it's one of those gravel traps. As soon as you drop a wheel in there, it just pulls you towards the wall. So it does like a slight tap on the wall, maybe a bit of rear front right damage, possibly. But it should be able to carry on similar to the Alpine car when they dropped it back on the circuit.
But Brabs, this is so difficult at this point of the race now because you're trying to gain momentum or gain back time that's been lost. You're pushing it. This is where mistakes are easy to creep in.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's all about mind management. So you've got to be able to control the sort of ego if things aren't quite going well and you're trying to push too hard. There's a lot of things you need to manage when you're out there, not just the car and the tires and the conditions, but mentally as well, which is pretty much where you win and lose these type of races.
And you've been there before when you were battling with DT and Ricard at Aston Martin in 2007 to get the win, and obviously a very satisfying moment in a brilliant race, one of the best certainly this century. Le Mans 24 Hours, the 2007 run, is such an iconic race in the memory of the fans. In the nighttime phase, so much went on, but again, it was just about staying calm and keeping your heads in the game for that one.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I remember sort of that period of having 3 races, so 7, 8 and 9, where we actually had perfect races. There was not one issue with the car. We were never in the pits fixing anything. It was literally routine pit stop. And this is what I keep saying, you know, you can't win these things if you're in the pit box getting your car fixed.
I was speaking to someone a few weeks ago. Basically, now you have to win Le Mans, you have to have a perfect race. You know, but so many people are having perfect races. That's the thing. You know, most of these LMP2 cars, or this year's been a little bit different, is that the cars are so reliable nowadays as well that you've just, you know, it's all down to the drivers effectively.
Fabulous comment coming in from Liam Talks Motorsport. Lapierre's got to go full Ken Miles mode if he wants this podium. That is one of the greatest legacies to come out of that Le Mans 66 movie, Ford versus Ferrari, for our American viewers, that everybody in the sport now knows who Ken Miles is. We look back at Ken Miles, perhaps, as one of the greatest racing drivers ever to step into a sports car.
Yeah, and to be fair, that movie did make me sort of be much more aware of who he was and what he achieved. And it's a shame that it's taken this long for people to understand what he was all about. I mean, he came across a little bit like my father. You know, he had a good understanding about the cars, built cars, knew how to improve them and fix them, make them reliable. So, yeah, I mean, what a star.
So down in the pit lane, we are going to speak to the man who got it all slightly awry and has been able to give the Alpine to the hands of his teammate Nicolas Lapierre. But Mathieu Vassivière is down in the pit lane, and we'll try and figure out from the man himself how it all got away from him in a very tricky moment of the race, and why Alpine is now fighting back with fury and determination. Here's Mathieu Vassivière down in pit lane.
Mathieu, just a quick reaction. Talk us through what happened that brought you to the gravel bed.
It's like 2 laps that we were under the slow zone there at that part of the track, and it's true that it was drying up really slowly just on that first chicane. And I overtook these 2 GT on the right, and it was quite dirty there, I guess. And I don't know what happened at the end. I just blocked the rear, and then hopefully I touched nothing, no barrier. So we can continue, and still 16 hours to go. So, I mean, we will keep the positive, and we'll try to move on as soon as possible. But then, I will take from it this one is my mistake.
Thanks a lot, Mathieu. Thank you.
The thing is, perhaps he can't afford to be too harsh with himself here, because yes, he's made a mistake, but it's not like he's thrown the race away for Alpine.
No, I think, you know, he had a good comment at the end, which was to stay positive. And I think you've got to do that, haven't you? Because you've got a long way to go, as he said. And if you go into the next time you get into the car and you're still sort of lingering about your mistake and you're putting pressure on yourself, you're just going to make more mistakes. So you just got to delete it, get back in like as if it didn't happen, and on you go.
So the WRT 1-2 is going great guns. It's not every day that a team goes into LMP2 for the first time and gets to run first and second. Not bad at all.
No, a pretty stunning debut for WRT. I mean, we discussed before, they're a slick operation, and they've been running well in the ELMS races and the wet race they've done so far this year. So it's not a surprise to see them that high up the grid. They'll just be hoping they can continue this form late on into the race.
So here is the Racing Team India Eurasia car. James Winslow currently at the wheel of it. And this is a good opportunity to say hello to all of the India Motorsport Project crew out there in Hyderabad, who were hoping to have some top Indian racing talent in the car. Unfortunately, thanks to COVID-19, that project has kind of been shelved. The race team is still alive and kicking. They've managed to bring in some more talent to that crew. James Winslow, John Corbett and Tom Clouet. But it's a very unfortunate situation for them. But the India motorsport scene is looking to get back into gear again. And I know we've got some big viewers and fans out there. There's obviously been the announcement in the last week about Formula Regional India and Formula 4 India as well, which is just a precursor to getting a sports car championship and a few other bits and pieces going on out in India. So it's the start of a massive mammoth project for the country. And I know that Mohit Tungakar and all the boys out there in India would have liked to have been here for the Le Mans 24 Hours this year. They've handed the reins of the entry to a sort of a sub-satellite formation of the team, as it were, so that they still keep their hand in. But hopefully next year, once COVID allows, we can start travelling a little bit further afield, as can they. Here's the Iron Lynx. This is Callum Eilert, who was second in GTM at the pit stop, not far behind the fellow Ferrari car, leading the way of Alessio Rivera in the AF Course machine.
A little bit of damage on the front right corner of that car as well. The mechanics are just checking it out. They might have to get the old tester tape out.
I reckon that's probably a legacy of what we saw from that little argy-bargy with the 47, yeah, with the Cetilar Ferrari. So that's Arnaud Robin getting himself ready to get into the Graf machine. This is always an interesting one. We just had a tweet come through from the Interpol competition team. Currently P5 in LMP2. Highest position they've run so far. Alex Brundle's in the car. Kuba is trying to sleep. Renger van der Zande is waiting to get back in the car. So far, so good. An interesting point there, Brabs, because you do need to try and get some sleep during the race. Or, well, some drivers do, some drivers don't. Charlie, you're shaking your head. Brabs, what's your policy?
I guess after 18 years of doing Le Mans, you kind of get to know what you want, but everyone is a little bit different. I found that if I slept too much, I was a bit sort of groggy, a bit dopey, you know. I actually found that little sort of 20-minute, half an hour power naps was more than enough to keep me going.
Cat nap.
Yep, little cat nap. And of course, it also depends on how well you're doing as well, because if you're miles behind, you've got no chance of winning. You just want to sleep.
You just want to sleep through the pain.
Yeah, or if you want to know where the car is constantly, you can't sleep.
No.
Because you feel like you've handed it over and it's your baby there. And you just want to know what's going on with it the whole time. So it's, yeah, it can be quite hard to switch off.
I know what you mean, actually, because speaking as a commentator, people call me insane for trying to stay up for 24 hours every time I do an event like this. But I'm the same. If I miss something, if I don't know what's going on and I come back after a 6-7 hour sleep, I feel disorientated. I don't know what's going on. So I'd much rather just try and power through and stay with it.
Well, no, I would like to sleep, but it's just hard to do it.
Right.
Really. It's just hard to switch off, I find.
So does that mean you're going to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning with me, Charlie?
No, I'll be
I knew that was the answer.
Well, I was very lucky because my wife Lisa was always up and making sure that I was awake when I needed to be awake.
Oh, so she was your wingman, basically?
She was absolutely my wingman all the way, all the Mons that she was there. She was there, absolutely.
And I know this is an interesting question, but you know, was it always more enjoyable being there with the family right there? Because I know some drivers, they kind of like, once they go into their bubble, that's it, they're an operation. But having a partner there was obviously a very good idea from your point of view.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if Lisa was here, she'd tell you that when I get to the racetrack, whether she's there or not doesn't mean a lot in that sense. But she knows that she's always there for support, because you are pretty focused on what you're doing, and you know, everyone around you is kind of in the peripheral. You know, they're never really a full focus for you. But sometimes it just helps to engage and switch off, because you know, it's a mentally tiring journey all the way through the model. And you're talking about, you know, the week leading up to it, all the interviews, all the PR stuff you need to do, all the testing, all the talking with the engineers, and you feel the tension build up as well as it comes in. Then you're in the race, and all the conditions are changing. It can be mentally tiring. So when you get out, you've got to freshen up. Sleep does that, but also to just think about something else. So if you do have someone there, you know, like your wife or partner or your son or daughter or whatever, it actually helps to, let's say, reboot and go back into the car feeling fresh.
So everybody's still getting themselves settled in for a nice run. 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for car 74 coming up on the screen.
That's the Ligier that crashed into Sofia.
It is indeed. You're absolutely right. That is the Racing Team India Eurasia car. So it gets its comeuppance for losing grip and ploughing into the side of the Richard Mille car. Well done.
Well, that's a good sign when you see the moon.
Well done to the officials for calling that one out, because whether it was intentional or not, and it clearly wasn't intentional, it's one of those incidents where I feel the punishment fits the crime, really, because you've taken another car out of the race, whether you meant to or not. But they'll come back from that, they'll bounce back and they'll keep going. And there's still an awful long way to go there for the team. Hello to the Briggses. Steve, Emma and young Alfie Briggs, superstar young racing driver who's hoping to be at the Le Mans 24 Hours as a competitor himself one day. If he keeps smashing it in Super 1, that's going to happen sooner rather than later. Keep it up, Alfie. I know they're settling in for a long night in front of the telly, as are the boys from Prague, UK, down at Wilton Mill. They're watching along, enjoying the action. Great pictures as Guido van der Gaard pushes up towards Juan Pablo Montoya. Still pushing as the Dragon Speed USA and Racing Team Nederland cars are going to go to battle the way things are currently progressing. Still a big push. Fabulous watching these onboard pics. Is that a Glickenhaus flying past?
Toyota.
That's a Toyota flying past, in fact. Let's have a listen. Oh, we'll have to do that next time we get a decent on board there, but prepare for full course yellow. So we are full course yellow. We're not sure why, but we have gone full course yellow. Now, this is usually for a sizable amount of debris on the circuit, a big incident, or marshals needing to go out onto the circuit to clear something.
Yeah,
so,
it seemed to have caught a few drivers out there just as they stopped. There was a little bit of reshuffling going on, so luckily there was no contact there. Might have been, but it looked all pretty close.
Just going to full course yellow must be quite tricky as well sometimes, Brabs, because you're obviously in the heat of the moment, you're pushing, you're trying to catch your competitor, and then all of a sudden you just have to wind it down.
Well, yeah, if you're right behind and someone backs off earlier than you do, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Obviously, you get a lot more information about safety cars now with the cars.
Yeah, we had a countdown in the Ginetta when we raced that. It was like a 10-15 second countdown, so you can hear exactly. You get a fairly good warning of when it's going to happen.
So we still don't.
A bit of debris because it's coming back on soon.
Yeah, absolutely. It must be debris
seconds
on the circuit.
Yeah.
It's not going to be long until we're going racing again, so it's just a temporary full course yellow. And we're off on the right racing, and it looks like we're going to get an onboard with the Toyota Gazoo Racing. So as we get back onto the throttle, let's have a listen in. Just hear it start to bottom up there when it gets to the high end of 6th gear, and then you have to change it back again. This is a little bit awkward.
Tell you what, he wasn't catching him as quickly as I thought he would be.
No, I think it's interesting because the older cars with the LMP1, I think they could deploy the hybrid at much lower speed, but now they can't actually deploy it over 200 until they're over 200 kph.
Yeah,
so you don't really notice a huge gain at the start of this race. So it pops in towards the further end of the straights and you start catching.
Yeah, they're both coming in. So this is going to be an interesting one for the race leader. Jose Maria Lopez coming in for pit stop number 9. It's about right on schedule, actually, to be fair. It's about what we come to expect. We're still waiting for the number 8 car of Kazuki Nakajima to come in for their pit stop. Fabio Scherer, obviously, coming into the pits as well in the United Autosports car that is currently 3rd in the mix. It is the WRT car, Ferdinand Habsburg, that now leads the race in LMP2. GTE Pro leader is James Collado. It's now Ferrari 1-2. That just shows you how close it is in the GTE Pro category, how close it is between the competitors, because you've got James Collado and Miguel Molina in the Ferraris now 1 and 2. Fred Makowiecki in the Works Porsche is in 3rd place from the Corvette of Antonio Garcia and the Porsche GT of Neil Yarni. So close. All 5 of those cars still on the lead lap of GTE Pro, which is lap 102. GTE AM, Alessio Rivera, who's only a lap down from the GTE Pro leaders, by the way. Felipe Fraga still second in the TF Sport Aston, Callum Eilert third in the Iron Lynx Ferrari, and Takeshi Kimura in the Kessel Racing Ferrari, fourth position. Not a bad run from the Kessel Racing team, considering most of their motorsport prior to this has been based in the Ferrari Challenge. They're doing an absolutely terrific run here. So the competitors continuing on their way, and the Toyota team are still 1 and 2. Looks like it's done and dusted from the Cynic's point of view, but it's early days, and into the pits comes the number 8 car, right on cue. So this is going to be pit stop number 10 for Kazuki Nakajima. Oh, not for him personally, I should say, for the number 8 crew car. As you can see, the crew going to work. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for the number 86 car for a pit stop infringement. Now that is one of the GTE AM cars, I do believe. That's the GR Racing Porsche of Tom Gamble. So that's going to be a 5-second addition to their next pit stop, unfortunately. There's still a long way to go for Lopez and Nakajima, the two cars currently in the Toyotas at the front end of the field. Third overall now is Ferdinand Habsburg. And the two hypercars in third and fourth are Pipo Derani in the Glickenhaus that is in third position, and fourth place Nicolas Lapierre, who is working hard to push his way further back. Seventh position for him at the moment as he closes in on the Panis Racing of Julien Canal. But this is definitely getting a bit spicy and a bit interesting again as we continue to work our way through the magic of Le Mans in the nighttime stages as the race continues.
This program is brought to you by Goodyear, racing-inspired tires.
Some seconds are worth more than others. For instance, take this seat. Take this wheel. Take this start. Don't take your eye off the curve. Who knows what lies ahead? Take this way in and this way out. Take every opening, every chance. Overtake this one, these two. Take pleasure in the thrill. Take a second. Relax. There are 86,400 for the taking.
Change is all around us, shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
At Ladbrokes, we've supercharged instant spins. Every month, there's a new supercharged prize to be won, like luxury holidays, epic entertainment bundles, or once-in-a-lifetime experiences. It's free to play, and we still have amazing daily prizes you can win, like bonuses, free spins, or even up to £100 cash. Play for free at ladbrokes.com. Ladbrokes Casino, where the nation plays.
Some days demand strength. Some days demand John West on the go. Eat strong, go strong.
Last days last by the grace of the fire and the flames. You're the face of the future, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh, the blood in my veins. Oh, ooh. But they never did, ever lived, ebbing and flowing, inhibited, limited, till it broke up when it rained down.
I'll be all right.
With William Hill Bet Boost, we paid out on average £30 more on a five-fold £10 acca of favourites in most Premier League games last season compared to selected bookmakers. Approved by Oddschecker. The William Hill acca. You'll love our value. It's who you play with. William Hill.
Live the rush of the 24 hours of Le Mans with Total Energies.
Things are starting to spice up in GTE Pro here at the 2021 Le Mans 24 Hours, the 89th running of this classic event. Jake Sanson, David Brabham and Charlie Robertson with you here on Eurosport and over in the United States, of course, on Motor Trend. Hello to all those of you who are watching, however you are tuned in and however you are watching and whatever time of day or night it must be for you. This is really turning into an exceptional race now. We're on board with the 91 Porsche, which is in 5th position, about 25 seconds back from the sister car of the 92, currently being driven by Neil Yarni, who is pushing to within a second and a half back from Miguel Molina in the Ferrari. When James Collado brings the number 51 Ferrari in for its 7th pit stop, as picked up by Charlie, it's going to be very close when they get out the pits against this Corvette. Yeah. In comes the 92 Porsche of Neil Yarni.
I'm not sure whether the Ferrari has managed to gain a stop somewhere on strategy or where it's been raining and tyre choice.
Yeah, maybe
it seems like
they've been able to bank one out of sequence. Well, this is a very interesting challenge. If Collado doesn't get out into the lead of the race after this pit stop, you know what car's going to take the lead again? The Corvette. They just keep coming back for more. And it's wonderful to see, Brabs. I mean, a lot of people doubted them coming into this because they were doing all their racing and development work in IMSA, not in WEC. But Corvette just do not do defeat.
No, I mean, it's Corvette, isn't it? I mean, you know, how many times they've been at Le Mans and they're always there. They've just got the track history of being super successful, not just in America, but coming here, as I know, having raced against them many times, I know how strong they are. So I think anyone thinking that they may not be in the hunt underestimate them.
Kevin Estre getting back into the car now. And this is a really difficult situation as they battle him back into position. Because Kevin Estre, let's not forget, is the man who dropped it in Superpole. And he binned it, and that's a very uncharacteristic mistake from Kevin Estre, Charlie. We've been praising him to the hill, and he is the one who made the mistake.
He's had an unlucky couple of weeks, especially with the incident at Spa, which, you know, there was no one really to blame for that one, but it's, yeah, he's not had the best time of it of late. But they got the car fixed. I think it was a new chassis for warm-up this morning, so good to see Porsche getting a chassis pretty quickly, and seems to be pace-wise. I'm not sure where Porsche are in terms of the pace compared to the Ferrari and the Corvette, but they can never be discounted. I mean, they're going to be pushing incredibly hard to try and fight their way back into the GT Pro fight.
Outlaw on Twitter has been in touch. Past the watershed, I heard racing drivers chatting about having a pee in the car. Does it actually happen? David Brabham, your thoughts?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. How would you know this?
Well, actually, I never had until I actually had a conversation with Johnny Herbert, who had a conversation with Professor Sid Watkins.
Right.
And, you know, it's quite easy for a driver's bladder to be full. And in an accident, that can be quite dangerous. So, you know, if you're in that position, if you've got to go, you've got to go.
Charlie, it doesn't happen to you, does it?
It hasn't happened to me as of yet.
Yes, I like the fact about you as yet. Down in the pit lane, we have Julien Canal of the Panis Racing team.
Currently running P3 in the LMP2 class. It's a tough fight out there. You were leading a little bit before. Tell us a bit about the conditions on track before.
To be honest, it is one of my toughest stint and race. The track was completely damp, completely full of water in the chicane one. In some part, and the Porsche also, that was really like a nightmare, you know. I asked my team and the box to have some wet tire, and they said, no, it's not the time. The track will be dry in a few minutes, or maybe 10 or 15 minutes. I said, whoa, okay. So I have to run with that. I lost the car like 3-4 times, even in behind the safety car. The Porsche, same in front of me, so it was really tough, but nice.
It seems that since you won at the LMS round of Monza, that the team is really improving a lot, and it seems that you can really fight for the win here at Le Mans this weekend.
Yeah, we increased our level, I think, during these 4 last years, but this year is the year with all competitors have the same tire like us. We take the bet to have the good year last year. We work with the tire, with all the staff. Okay, the tires of this year change, but they are quite similar. So now we have like the same weapon to fight.
Thanks a lot, Julian. Thank you.
Always very impressive when a team makes its debut at the Le Mans 24 Hours, Brabs, and challenges for the top 3. And we've seen quite a few teams in quite a few classes doing that kind of performance. I think Brabham may be about to duck out, actually. Did I offend him with
no, actually, if I press the button.
Oh, I see.
Technical difficulties. You might hear me.
Technical difficulties. No, it's all good.
It's called DB difficulties.
But yeah, no, we were talking about the new teams in the multiple classes, just how impressive a very strong handful of them have been across the 3 classes.
Yeah, it's super impressive. It's really difficult to go there as a new organisation and do that well. So hats off to them, because they're obviously getting a lot right.
Tony Draper watching along, loving the coverage, guys. He's watched every second so far. Good lad. Why is it that the teams aren't allowed to refuel and change tyres at the same time? Brabs, this is a good one for you.
Regulations. Simple as that. You've got to fill up first, and then as soon as you finish the fuel, you can only then change the tyres. And when that rule came in, it changed the whole thing, the whole game when it came to tyres and manufacturers building those tyres, because the teams didn't want to be spending too much in the time in the pits changing tyres. So the tyres became much more durable, much more difficult to switch on and get a setup around, but it meant that you had less time in the pits because you didn't need to change tyres. That was a big game changer when they made that rule change for tyre manufacturers and teams getting the best from those tyres.
You wouldn't have thought it would have that much of a knock-on effect, but when you do think about it, it does make a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flat out down the Mulsanne straight. Doesn't
Love
get
it.
much more satisfying than that, does it?
No.
Just watching that along, Brabs, I mean, this is your first time commentating on the 24 with Eurosport. Does that bring back all the desire to go and do it again?
Yeah, it's a mix of great memories, and it fuels that racing driver inside you, that to be there at Le Mans, like we've got the footage there, just seeing the white lines going past, going through the 2 kinks towards Indianapolis. Yeah, there's something about it that just never leaves you, which is great, because they're fantastic memories. And who knows, one day I might get back out on that track again one day.
Oh, that would be fantastic. Well, you said that the Brabham's looking to get back to Le Mans. You've got the keys to the show, mate. You've got the keys to the car. You should be the one driving it.
Well, people do ask me that, and I do sort of say it like this. If I was to interview myself and say, okay, you want to be one of our drivers, so tell me about your day, tell me what you do during the week, how do you prepare? So when you're kind of involved in the business as much as I am, and you're not really training like a driver, you're not being like a driver, my comment to myself would be, thank you very much, but we'll get the next person in.
I'm sure everybody watching along, including the 2 of us, me and Charlie here, are absolutely convinced that every single one of the 3 drivers that should be driving that Brabham are called Brabham.
Yeah, exactly.
You've got Matty, you've got Sam.
Sam, exactly.
Come on,
yeah.
you got to make it a family affair.
Oh, you know what? It would be cool, absolutely. But I wouldn't want to be the one holding everyone up because I'm not quick enough.
Okay. You could have 2 cars.
Well, true. Yeah. Well, by that time, I'm a silver now, so I'm a silver driver now. So it opens the opportunity for a second car like that. Yeah.
There you go. We've started it already.
Yeah.
We've started the Brabham band getting back together. Come on, it's got to happen. The Alpine is charging forward. It's just got past the WRT of Robert Kubica, which is running second in LMP2, and that puts Lapierre into 5th overall with the Alpine. Still plenty of time for things to come around. We've said it before, we'll say it again. All it takes is one dodgy moment for the cars in front, And they are right back into this. We know that the Toyotas are not bulletproof. We know that they could still have difficulties. Panic over at Alpine, isn't it? That was their little moment, and they've gone, oh, quick, we better service the car. And now he's back out there, and it's Nicolas Lapierre. Oh, was that a car off on the inside there?
It looked like a floppy cone, I think. It didn't look like a car.
I was hoping it wasn't a car. I did wonder if that was a car facing the wrong way on the inside. It wouldn't be the first time. But yes, I think you're right. I think we're all right there. We certainly had a yellow flag just come up a few seconds ago, and it's been withdrawn pretty quickly. Richard Westbrook's Glickenhaus is in the pits, I believe. Either that or he's come off the road and is dropping down the order fairly rapidly. I would like to hazard a guess to say that that's a pit stop. But it's definitely getting pretty interesting out there now. Andrew Deacon is just settling in for the night with us all. Thanks for the great coverage with the Deacon family in Cumbria. And David Shares is watching along. What is the highest finish ever for a Californian at Le Mans?
It's a very specific question.
Yeah. Didn't quite get the main body of that message, Charlie.
You mentioned it was hard to overtake LMP2 cars now. And we just caught that at the end. Not sure whether there's maybe a power issue or struggling with the car. I mean, you did mention they're running quite a high downforce trim on the Alpine. So maybe, as you know, with the LMP2 cars being pretty slippy in a straight line, he's finding it quite difficult to overtake them. And you know, that's where the Toyota's strong with the hybrid. It's very good through the traffic. So that's what we always found when we were racing in the P1 category. It was, you know, you could maybe match them over a lap, but as soon as you start battling them in traffic, they can just dispatch the other cars so quickly, and you've just got to take a few more risks and wait that extra corner to overtake the LMP2 cars. So that's maybe where Nico's struggling at the moment.
Well, it's a Ferrari in front of them. We've got, we're almost at the end of the 8th hour. Just look at how much rotation there is in the steering wheel to try and get the car round through those flat-out kinks through the Corvette, the Porsche curves up to the Corvette curves, and then through to the Ford chicanes. Very tricky part of the course this to get right. And you can see for yourself that Nicolas Lapierre is pushing.
Our power is good. Our power is good, but LMP2 power better in the night. We check.
So there you are, Nicolas Lapierre.
He's saying that his power is good, but the LMP2, as the temperatures have cooled off, the LMP2 power is also pretty good. So obviously struggling to overtake.
Well, we've come towards the end of the 8th hour. Charlie and I are going to disappear for a little bit. I'm going to be back at 3 a.m. and Mark Cole and David Brabham will take you through. See you in a bit.
This program is brought to you by Goodyear, racing-inspired tires.
Change is all around us, shaped by technology and human ingenuity. We can make it work for you and your business.
Our world is changing. New challenges and opportunities have fast-tracked the need to do things differently. The FIA is committed to having a positive impact on society, on all our lives, through health and safety, environment, diversity and inclusion, and community development. Make the same commitment. We are all purpose-driven.
At Betfair Casino, prize pinball's completely free to play every day. And who doesn't like pinball and free stuff? Play Prize Pinball for the chance to win free daily prizes. Only at Betfair Casino.
You switch broadband. You duel. You duel a complete stranger. You set the mood. Oh, there we go. you binge the whole series. More people come to us to find their broadband deal than any other switching site. What you do with it, well, it's up to you. You switch. It's probably time you switch.
There's something electric in the air. The winds of change are blowing through, and a new path lies open ahead. It's all about having the power, technology, and style to breeze through and live those perfect moments in the beautiful storm called life. All new Nissan Qashqai, electrified with mild hybrid power.
Win Set for Life from the National Lottery and smash every month. Play on app, online and in-store and win £10,000 every month for 30 years. Set for Life from the National Lottery.
We started chatting on the app and we clicked straight away.
I found my soulmate, but then we met Eric on the app.
And there were 3 of us. I can sense passion in a room. And so I invited my football team in on the action.
Hey there.
Passion is everything. Passion for football.